Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So we're going to start doing the show at this time because Congress and the Senate does not abide by our demands for decades that we do not want the time to change. How strange. We the people don't make any difference. We keep telling them we want this not to keep changing, time change. It throws us out of whack. So anyway, so we'll do 4 o'clock for the show instead of 5. So that'll be the new time. So it'll be kind of like the same time. It's like F you guys if you're going to play games and we just want to abide by your games. We'll just do what we're going to do and do it the way we're supposed to do it, the way we like it, because you guys don't count anymore. I hate them so much. All right. So sending love and prayers always. That's right, Valerie. So I'm not angry, like sending them hate or anything. I'm just like disappointed and, bringing that to everybody's attention that these mofos don't care about us. So, and that's a Michael Jackson song, right? So there's Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Sliwa. How do you pronounce that guy's name? Closing gap on socialist Zohran Mamdani, and latest New York City mayoral election poll. So if New York puts this communist in there, and he said that he's going to be okay with making it legal to have prostitution. Now, some of you guys might have seen the show that Lara Logan did when she was I think she probably still works with Fox, but she did a show with Fox, special report, where she went down into Mexico and she was finding out where all of the trafficking was going, women, children, so forth. Most of it goes to New York. How about that? Yep. And that's one of the reasons why he wants to make it legal, and probably one of the reasons why he will get elected. All right. So you have a couple of other guys that are running. Cuomo belongs in prison. Mamdani belongs back in his country where he came from. I don't know. These guys can't do the right thing. They can't stop changing the time, and they can't make this guy that should be going back to his country go back to his country. All right. So, and they can't put Cuomo in jail, who deserves to be in jail. So that leaves us with the GOP guy. He's done a lot for New York. Back when the gangs were crazy, there was a lot of crime in New York. He and a bunch of other guys, the purple or red, whatever, beret guys, right? Raspberry beret, like Prince used to sing. She wore a raspberry beret, and when it was warm, she didn't wear much more. So I don't know about those guys, if that's what it was for them. I doubt it. Hopefully not, but whatever. My wife's moaning in the background, so come on. She's laughing. She says, yeah, I sound like, oh, jeez. All right. So anyway, let's share the screen. Let's look at these people. Let's look at the only guy first that should be winning, right there. All right, this guy. All right, so I'm surprised that Trump didn't support this guy, but this guy really beats up on Trump. He's not a Trump supporter, and so Trump doesn't support him. So you would think New Yorkers would be like, they all hate Trump, so they'd vote for him, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. So who knows? Maybe he'll win. I doubt it. Curtis Silwa. I've heard him talk. He's a little bit out there, but I think he would do of all the candidates. Well, the other two, he would probably do the best job. He would work well with the police, like he did when he was running the Raspberry Beret guys. And And also when, he talks, he wants to help New Yorkers. He's not about money. He's not a rich guy. And the other two are. And so New Yorkers, this is what I would say if I was in charge. If you pick Mamdani, then the rest of our country is going to hate you, New Yorkers, right? We will hate you, right? And we will probably do everything in our power to disown you, whatever that means, however that happens. We will never go back to New York as long as you got this communist hyena in office. And we will not support anything that comes from New York. And if we can, we'll stop all food going to New York City. All right. So it's go ahead, make our day, as Clint Eastwood would say. Make my day. So how many bullets you think I shot? So go ahead, New York, make our day. All right. We'll disown you. I promise you, America will disown New York. President Trump does some strange things, guys. All right. You can't, I know a lot of you guys are like, President Trump could do no wrong. And when you look at it on hindsight, it's like he really doesn't. But on the front of it, I think we all should be kind of like, what? Why are you endorsing Cuomo? So I have this intuitive gift, and I said Cuomo would go bye-bye. He would be the first. And I said that we would see, I think, two others that still seem to be there, but I'm kind of skeptical. The other one is in California, of course. We want Newsom to go bye-bye. Remember when Newsom was 2 weeks, he was like, no one could find him. He was gone. And they already dealt with him, I believe. And then we had Whitmer up in Michigan. She's been real quiet. So I don't know. And, they just disclosed that there was a terrorist threat that they foiled. FBI foiled it. Just like the FBI came out with like those white supremacists, supposedly. And they basically set them up. We know that now. I think they did that on purpose so they could go after people that were, gun rights people and so forth. Because we know the FBI really went after everybody. Now we're seeing Congress. Like we got Ted Cruz, his panties are they're tight. They're tight around those little ones, right? Because he doesn't have very big cojones. So they're tight around there. And he's screaming and yelling that the FBI, looked at his phone records and all that kind of stuff. Where was outrage when they were arresting all the J6ers? Yeah. So anyway, these guys are, getting exposed, I guess, and going away. I don't know. We'll see. So Mamdani, is he going to be? I predicted he's going to win it. All right. So we'll see. Some of you out there are saying that he's not. So the other option is Cuomo. Really? Cuermo? So who knows? Maybe people have to go down the road where everything just is completely foobarred before they wake up. And maybe that's what happens in New York. I don't know. New York, it's a mess. Just that his polling is that high. It should be like 1%, not 41%. So I'm ashamed of the people of New York. Ashamed. Shame on you. So, oh my God. But obviously it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They don't care what the rest of America thinks. They're going to do what they want. We'll see how that turns out for them. All right. I say just completely disown New York. Completely. They don't New what? New York. What's that? I've never heard of it. There's people there, and someplace that's an island in the state of New York. New York what? City? Oh, yeah. No. Don't they have like some kind of statue there of Lucifer that's in the harbor? Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I don't even pay attention to any of that. It's whatever. All right, so America, 13 counties in Oregon are voting to secede and join Idaho as part of the Greater Idaho movement. This has been talked about for a long time. It's been moving in that direction over the last couple of years. It's very, very close, guys. So we may start to see this in America, where these big blue little cities, basically the red country all around them, basically succeeds. And there's no more money to run those governments because that's where it's all coming from. Like Mamdani, he's going to give away free, and the rest of you New Yorkers are going to pay for it. The red area of New York will pay for it. How do you guys like that?
Just like most liberal blue states, the majority of the counties in Oregon are actually conservative leaning. Out of the 36 total counties in Oregon, 13 of them have already voted in favor of secession, because by and large, the people living in those counties believe that their own values are no longer being represented by their state legislature, which, as you would imagine, is dominated by the extremely liberal politicians coming out of Portland. And so this is where the Greater Idaho movement comes in, with its plan to take the eastern counties of Oregon and have them join the very conservative state of Idaho. This would effectively move the state line of Idaho several hundred miles west. And what's truly interesting about this particular movement is that it might actually succeed. This movement is really picking up steam, with more and more counties in the eastern part of Oregon getting on board. But the big question here is whether this prospect of secession is actually going to go anywhere. Is it really the case that if all 15 of these counties vote for it, then the transfer can just happen?
Oh, it can happen. It can happen. And didn't mention it there, but there are a lot of Northern California counties want to do the same thing, and they've been discussing it for a long time as well. So we may see this happen throughout America, guys. If these blue cities with governors that support these blue cities. Now, down in Rio de Janeiro, you know that I don't know if you know it or not. I had it on the show before. They are rioting the drug cartels that are linked to the leftist government. Let me say that again. The drug cartels in Brazil are linked to the leftist government. Does that sound familiar? All right. So the leftist, I've been saying this. If we will see Trump and the military go into Venezuela, guys. What do you think is going to happen in those big blue cities with all those cartels? They lean left. That's why there's so much crime there. Hello. It's coming, right? And maybe all around those big blue cities where it's red, they succeed. They succeed. Yes, that's what we're going to see. Yes. Let them burn. Let them burn. All right. Might remember that one scene in where they're storming the beaches in Normandy, and they finally made their way up there. They did the little, there's like these tubes that blow up. I used to do those quite a bit. I can't think of the name right now, but you push them under barbed wire and you crank them off, and it sends out shrapnel and it destroys all the barbed wire. So they finally made their way up. They finally made up to the back of the pillboxes, and they used flamethrowers instead of running in there and get shot up and 3-4 men. They just used flamethrowers. So the Germans were like burning, and they were like coming out to the top where they've been shooting at all the soldiers coming up on the beach. And one guy said, "Let them burn." Yeah. New York, let it burn, right? So some states scramble to maintain food access ahead of potential snap laps. And snappy, just like that, it's gone. Right? So states are resorting to last-ditch efforts to preserve access to groceries. Now, did it really stop? The people using their SNAP cards, ATM cards, whatever they got, are they still funded? Anybody? Are they still funded? Because they talk about, how it's going to get shut down on November 1st. Are they still working? That would be something to find out. All right. Anyone throw it in the chat? Now, I know I did my grocery shopping Friday. Yeah, we haven't been to stores either. Now, I know somebody. I have a friend, a family friend, or not family, but different, kind of like family. They live in about an hour and maybe hour and a half from New York City, and they said that their local grocery store had armed people, like armed security outside, and they've never seen that before. Wow. So there's some people got ready for it. Maybe they were listening to me. I don't know. Maybe they were listening. I think a lot of us out here were talking about it. But somebody in the chat is saying that they had funds if they have funds on the card, they still work. Yes, but no new funds have been added. Yankee Ward. So yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, remember what Juan said. First, the cats and dogs disappear, and then the rats and mice, right? That's in Venezuela. Leave the World Behind. No, it wasn't that movie. Heard Walmart shut down. I think I heard that from some. I don't know about all of them. So any thoughts on states like New Jersey, governor calling national emergency due to SNAP? Will that affect the election? So yes, New Jersey was one of them. Costco was super packed today, was full of illegals. I guess they're using whatever funds they got left, right? Not funded here in North Carolina. 3rd is the date to be replenished. Not happening. All right, so is this part of a larger plan? Because we know the Trump team, like I said, sometimes it's like shady what they say and what they do. But on the backside, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I see. So yeah, we can call it out and go, what's up with that? And we can chat about it. We can talk about it. But really, just stay focused. I mean, if through the President Trump team, the Q team, and so forth. All right, so let me see. There's a list of states. President Trump hours later signaled the USDA would release the contingency funding. Now, President Trump also said he wanted to use emergency funding or the nuclear option. He asked the Senate to do the nuclear option and go ahead and vote it for funding of the government. I guess they decided to blow him off, unless they're going to do it on Monday or, I don't know. It seems to me they're doing this on purpose. For whatever purpose that is, remains to be seen. I think there's multiple reasons. It's very interesting. Now I have David Sereda on my show, and he talked about 3i Atlas on a level that is unbelievable, right? His connections and all the kind of stuff is like, he's a physicist, scientist. He knows all this stuff. He's got communication, multidimensional communication, and he's spiritual and aligned with all the different religions, all the different places where 3i Atlas is like at certain times. It's incredible. It's incredible, all this stuff. Now, he said that the reason why, in his opinion, of course, there's probably many reasons they do all these things, is that they shut down all the telescopes that can look at 3i Atlas so that we could see what 3i Atlas really is, right? So that's one of the things that's going on right now. We don't have the ability to view. Of course, somebody does, all right? And who is that somebody? Is it the good guys that are stopping it, or is it the bad guys? I would say it's probably the good guys, because the bad guys are going to use it in a negative way. All right. That's my thoughts. All right. Later on Friday, Trump said on Truth Social, it would be his honor to fund SNAP if we are given the appropriate legal direction. He maintained, our government lawyers do not think we have the legal authority to pay SNAP benefits every month. It's insane to me that 1 out of every 8 Americans is on SNAP. What is going on here? I wonder what it was back in time. 1 in 100. Back 50 years ago, or was it even? Or do welfare? How long we've had welfare? It's insane to me. Now, I know a lot of places, if people need food, there's food banks. And that's the way it's been for a long time. If you belong to a church is definitely going to take care of you, depending on what church, I guess. Right. So, but most churches in the past, I remember when I was growing up, if there was a family in need, I remember one time a friend of mine, the Christmas lights malfunctioned during Christmas and the house burned down, and my friend was lost, and I think one of the parents was lost, and another one of his sister. So one daughter was left, and I think the mom, or I can't remember if it was the mom or dad, but the church came in and hooked them up. So that's the way it's been throughout most of history in the United States. And it's, communities, we help each other. Now, on that same line, when I did a show with Juan just recently, we talked about the state of Utah was basically putting together a class action lawsuit that every state could use to basically go after all of the legal voting. And there was one gentleman, and I know a lot of you probably did the same. One gentleman gave $5,000, right, to help donate to that. So you guys in my chat, God bless you. You guys do that all the time. Help people out. Remember that one grandmother that was basically J6 grandmother? We gave enough money for her to fund her legal funds. We gave her enough money to continue to survive and so forth over that long period. You can still help, of course, but we did an event where we sold a bunch of my books and we gave all the funds to her. So it basically, we are a community. We help each other during times of emergency. So it's quite amazing. All right, so Kathy Hochul is emergency funding in New York. Of course, you people in the red side of the state are going to fund that, right? The New York City is not. New Mexico is a mess. We've gone through New Mexico over decades, and it has gone downhill bad, right? Very sad. So New Mexico governor announced $30 million would be released to provide assistance to SNAP beneficiaries until November 10th. So there's several states that are putting it forward, and District of Columbia, California, West Virginia, Louisiana, probably more. But in West Virginia, they have deployed emergency funds to food banks and SNAP beneficiaries ahead of the anticipated halt in benefits. So, it's people are going to be helped. They just have to look for the resources that are out there that are going to help them, because that's what we do. And maybe Hochul sucks. New York does not want her either. Yes, she was Georgia girl. I don't think she was voted in. They still lie. They self-promote. And who's that one guy that was running Georgia girl? He was a senator or congressman or something. He was so strong, and he barely lost. I was like, yeah, they stole that race from him. Absolutely. So anyway, we'll see this continue until we get the right legal aspects out there to basically stop it. And I think we're getting there. Lee Zeldin. Thank you, Jacqueline. Yeah, Lee Zeldin was amazing. he would have crushed it. New York would have been well served. There wouldn't be any problems right now anywhere. So, geez, you got to get the right leadership in there, guys. If you got these libtards in there that are aligned with the cartels, they are, all right, and they're not going to do the right thing for the people. That's why they kept bringing in all the illegals, right? Because they were going to replace, the people of these states. They were going to have to fund them. So, why SNAP benefits can't be funded without congressional action? It says a court-ordered distribution of emergency SNAP funds would require the Trump administration to break the law. So these judges that have come down, these federal judges that are quacks, should be like, when they do stuff like this, they should lose their license forever. All right. I don't know why that doesn't happen. If they do stupid like this, they should go away, and they should never be able to come back and practice law in any form or fashion, anywhere, ever again. And so my wife is repeating after me, so she agrees. Right. So the other half, right? It's good. SNAP cannot be sustained absent a new congressional funding. So there's an Anti-Deficiency Act that prohibits federal agencies from obliterating or expending funds for that program. All right. So some of these quack federal judges that do that, they should basically be hauled away. All right. Now, Trump is responding like he did in his last administration, because we know Big Pharma likes to control this. Now, I had a show where I talked about how you could eat apricot seeds and it would do amazing things. All right. And it's been proven by doctors to do this, but they're not recognized. So that show got yanked by YouTube. And I got a warning, right? So we can't still spread truth when it goes against the deep state pocket, right? Or the deep state narrative. Because another show that I got yanked was the one where I talked about Charlie Kirk. I talked about my expertise, 35 years in the military, the highest levels, CIA, highest levels. I said, no, you can believe it if you want. And that's one of the things that YouTube says. You can be strong on something, but you can't be like everybody else is like false. I'm like, believe it or not, Ripley's. And so, you know how they came in and they had all the magicians and so forth. He's like, ooh, shot the neck. And everybody's like, oh, shot the neck. You don't know what you're talking about, Mike. You shot a lot of bullets, but obviously you don't know what you're talking about. So, yeah. All right. So YouTube's like, whoop, narrative control, right? So don't have free speech. No free speech. All right. So you gotta talk around stuff. Remember, I used to sing, don't get the jabberoo, and then it was like Christmas time, and I was singing the Christmas hymn and all that kind of stuff, and then they're like, and that's what they started doing. So like, jabberoo. So Trump responds to Dilbert creator. Am I talking about this and I'm going to get like yanked? Like it's in the news. Look, and every time that I would talk about stuff, I'm like, look, here's the article on it. It's in like the New York Times or Wall Street Journal, or, in this case, what is this? U.S. News. So, and then they would come in, no, you broke our standards. We're trying to protect our audience from people like you that spread truth. And we can't have that because it will affect our audience. How about you let them decide? All right. They can unsubscribe if they're spreading too much truth. How about that? You went they asked President Trump and these conferences, these fake media, conferences. It's like, President Trump, you didn't say anything on Sunday. Were you sick? He's like, my God, Biden wouldn't show up for like days, and you guys never said anything about it. So, and then when if he did a press conference, he had like a screen that he looked at, and he would talk, and no one could ask him questions. So, I mean, I do question with you guys. Like, I probably at one of President Trump's press conferences, he probably answered more questions than Biden in his whole 4 years. Trump declined, called on video. So, to me, it's like they're making it up. And this goofy guy, he's like, oh, look at this.
Trump and his White House are in full-blown panic mode right now because the clip on your screen went insanely viral over.
Yeah, I don't think they have a problem, dude. But whatever. Leftists got to be leftists. They got to lie.
They were so furious about this video that they actually responded on Twitter already with some expletives. So I'm going to show you their response and more in just a moment. But to give you some context, Donald Trump right now is in Asia. He's visiting different countries and different leaders. And currently he's in Japan. So last night, the Japanese.
All right. So it was 5 days ago. Let's see. He's just walking around.
Guide the president of the United States around the room. Look at her right here. This was initially point.
Yeah. I mean, I used to do, like, we used to call them dog and pony shows. And we'd have admirals and generals come in, and somebody had to guide them around. They didn't know where to go. They're not part of our group. Oftentimes, I was the guy that would talk to them. Imagine that. Still talking. Right? I'm like the introvert, and I'm out here still talking. All right. So what? It's like, make it up. If it doesn't fit, make it up. These guys
telling him, hey, here's where to walk, here's where to go. And then later he just pauses and hey, can we?
He's like, well, you're guiding me around. And so you're not guiding me around. So I'm just going to stand here till you show me where to go. It's like, duh, make it up, cowboy. So it's crazy. Don't fall for it. Disinformation. Until you see Trump drop and never get back up again, he's going to keep going, right? Like me. Until you see me not here anymore, I'm going to be here. And when I'm not here anymore, I'm somewhere else. Right? So it's what? Doctor identifies possible reasons for Trump's secret MRI. It's part of a physical. Hello. So he's the guy that does the physicals and lets the information come out. Biden, I don't know if he ever did one in the entire time he was in office, and if he did, they lied about it. So because it would have proven that he's like effed up. All right, so you guys know I've been saying silver, high hole silver away.
Bulls on silver for the last few years, and
now. I don't know if probably nobody has heard of David Hunter, but I've been following him for well over a year. He is like amazingly accurate. Right? He's like crushed it. No one else is better than David Hunter. He's an underdog as far as like hardly anybody knows about him, but his information is like spot on.
Took a lot of heat for the fact that silver took a while to get going. But silver, as you point out, is outperforming now as typically when the price.
Yeah, that's the way I feel. I was like, silver, accumulate. And so everybody's like, well, it's not doing anything. Well, it is. You got in cheap and now like blown up, and you can still get in cheap because it pulled back some. If it pulls back more, that's cheaper. Get in while you can.
Metals are in a bull market. Silver will outperform gold. In this letter, I am raising my target. I was already pretty high on the street with a $75 target pre-bust. I am raising that to 100. Again, same thing. I think it's a thin metal that is just starting to get sponsorship. And, retail's been there. A lot of, certainly those that dabble in the metals have.
All right. So he's saying that he sees $100 before stock market crashes. So he's been saying the stock market's going to blow up. He's been saying that when I was like, this thing's going to go down. He kept saying it was going up. And I'm like, I got to listen to this guy. He's always right. So he's been right. And so stock market probably has maybe a little bit of pullback, and then it's going to take off. It's going to keep breaking all-time highs, maybe a little bit of pullback here and there, 5, 10, 15%, whatever. And then it's going to keep going for a while into maybe next year. We'll see. But it's going to go up. Now, you stock market bros and you crypto bros, not so much. You could put it in silver and more than double your money. Are you going to more than double your Bitcoin? No. Are you going to more than double your stock market portfolio? No. All right. Get into silver. And of course, Dr. Kirk Elliott is the man to go to. All right. Got another show, guys. I got to jump off. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And of course, I will see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined today by David Sarita. Wow, unbelievable background. David is a physicist, inventor, spiritual researcher, Tesla technology, scalar energy, consciousness science. He blends quantum physics and metaphysical concepts to develop tools aimed at personal healing, consciousness expansion, and energy alignment. And more recently, he's been very much involved in disclosing 3-Eye Atlas, and we're going to talk a little bit about that today. David, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, good to be here, Michael. Thanks for having me on. It's good to be in a new place, see a new face,
Well, that's great. We talked before the show, a few minutes before the show, and looking at your website and so forth. Stunning piece of work just by itself, and of course, you're a master at many different levels of consciousness and frequency, like we were just talking about. So, would you care to go a little bit deeper into the frequency conversation that you were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, my theory, it's a good theory, is that frequency. We could start with the birth of the musical system, the modern musical scale, going back to Pythagoras and ancient Greece, and inventing the first monochord, the first single string instrument, and then the tetrachord, and then eventually they developed the harp, the kithara it was called. And the frequencies in a music scale, in arrangements, the arrangement of that is music. And with the birth of those frequencies coming into human consciousness, you can see a sudden leap in human creativity and evolution from the primitive, even architecturally. And you can see also, I did a huge case study on this, that once the Washington Monument is being erected, and the Washington Monument is a monopole antenna, kind of like this scepter right here that my company makes, and as the monument is being erected, Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla are in the birth of the technology that's going to change the world. In fact, it was George Washington who has this spiritual vision of angels showing him the future of America, who really is the insider creator of the monument. And really, it is actually a fulfillment of Isaiah 19:19, which is that God says there'll be a temple to the Lord God in the land of Egypt and a pillar at the border thereof. And these pillars, which are obelisks in ancient Egypt, you calculate the frequency that a monopole will give off based on its height. So I went in to find the exact height of the Washington Monument, and I got really exact. I went to the National Park Service website and said, I need this down to the inch because I want to know its exact frequency that it's giving off. And the reason I wanted to know that is I found historically that within a 200-mile nautical radius of the monument, so it's giving off these waves, once it's plugged into the earth with its steel frame and its marble casing exterior, and at the very, very top at the pyramidion is an aluminum pyramidion. And in fact, if you look at your pyramid on the back of the $1 bill with the all-seeing eye above it, the slope angle on that pyramid is not the Great Pyramid. It's the slope angle of the Washington Monument, which is 72 degrees. So when I calculated the frequency coming off the monument, because I wanted to know why all the greatest inventions in the history of the world, they're suddenly cascading from the moment the frame is up. You've already got Tesla and Edison inventing. Of course, Edison invents the motion picture, the phonograph, direct current electricity. Tesla invents alternating current, remote control. The true father of radio is Tesla, Lodge, and Stone. And then you get into the Wright brothers at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, and Henry Ford, the production of the automobile. And then you get into Motorola, you get into the first internet technology, Bell Labs in New Jersey. All these inventions, like their inception points, don't happen in California. They don't happen in Germany. They don't happen with some guy in Africa. They don't happen with some guy in India. They're all happening at inception around this frequencies that the monument is giving off. So I calculated it's an A note, and it's tuned to what is called the 432 perfect A note music scale, which we no longer use. We use A440. So 440 waves per second is a musical A note. So I became more interested in the power of frequency, and doing the calculations is actually quite easy. It's elementary physics. You just take the height of an antenna, a monopole, and the wavelength coming off of this staff or scepter. Jesus said in Mark 6:8 that the apostles had to have their staffs. He said, no money, no bread, nothing in just your staff. So he's putting absolute importance on this frequency tuning device. The wave that comes off a monopole is 4 times the height. So it's like a square. So you measure that based on its height times 4. Say if I do that in inches, then I resolve the speed of light in inches, and the speed of light in inches divided by the square is the frequency. And then I take that frequency and I divide it by a musical octave a bunch of times, which is 2. You divide it by 2, divide by 2. And then I'm at, with the Washington Monument, a frequency of 432 hertz. And I go, so that means every one of the octaves that the monument is putting out are all perfect A notes. So why is that? You have to ask yourself, why is frequency so powerful? And so when we ask that question and we start exposing ourselves to harmonic frequencies, we start to see how it causes, and like when I was a kid growing up in the 60s, you had the big antenna on the back of the car, on the back of the station wagon, and you're listening to a radio station, like maybe it's, AM means amplitude modulation, FM means frequency modulated stations. That car and those frequencies, everyone in the country who's tuning in to that station, listening to music or the news, we're all at the same frequency.
Yeah,
and our skeleton is all vibrating at the same frequency. So in a way, we were in this symbiotic resonance together when radio stations like that, which there's less and less of today because we use the internet today, were causing the human nervous system to vibrate at these frequencies. And that was causing an evolution in our consciousness. And so that's where I start.
Wow. Unbelievable. So I was looking through some of your information, and just before we came on, we talked about how you're in communication with your deceased wife, and the communication is unbelievable. And she gave you like a number to look up, and it related to the pyramids and probably what we're seeing right now with 3i Atlas. So
all about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was actually the Admiral Tim Gallaudet. I saw an interview with him on the UAP discussion with Lieutenant Ryan Graves, who is this, fighter pilot in the Atlantic coast who and his buddies were chasing these cube with a sphere interfaced UFO UAPs on the Atlantic coast. And in his interview with Admiral Gallaudet was saying we need to also look in the near-death experience to really understand what's going on. I'm going to show you. I'll just do a share screen with my calculator. So from the day she dies, August 9th, 591 days later, she calls out my name like an opera singer. And my wife was a trained opera singer and jazz singer, Crystal Menchaca-Serena.
Beautiful.
So I see this number, never seen this number before in my life, but when you see what it can do, it's going to blow your mind. I divide it by the golden ratio, which is a ratio we find in the human brain, the Fibonacci spiral that spirals out of our hairlines. In fact, the ratio of my fingertips to my wrist to my elbow is pretty much 1 to the golden ratio.
Right.
We see it in plants. We see it in the spiral in Milky Way galaxies and seashells. Like if you look at a snail, those are all golden ratio spirals. So that's all I'm doing is taking her number and divide it by 1.618033987. I can do this repeatedly. And when I do it once, that is the exact 99.999% sidereal orbit for Earth, meaning it takes that many days to go around the sun. I was so stunned when I saw this. I said, my wife is 1 to the golden ratio from Earth, which means that's where heaven is, because nobody knows where Jesus went when the 11 apostles saw him on his ascension day, 39 or 40 days after Easter, going up into the sky. I was a skydiver, and I trained at Edwards Air Force Base for high altitude skydiving. So a human body cannot breathe above 15,000 feet. In fact, you can't breathe much 15,000 feet. So Jesus is physical. He's going. Where is he going? And where can you breathe? Like nobody even asked this question.
Yeah.
So this number is so stunning. I'm going to do it again. So when I hit equals, it's just going to hit divided by the golden ratio again. That's the orbit of Venus, like accurate to because Venus orbits the sun in 225 days.
Yep.
And I do it again, and I get a hypothetical orbit of 139.516 days. This number lines up perfectly with the ascension date of Jesus, starting at the new sun in a calendar year. And it also lines up perfectly with the miracle of the sun at Fatima, Portugal in 1917.
Yes.
Right? Because the first day at Fatima, Portugal, when the Mother Mary appears to these 3 children, is May the 13th, 1917. So you take May the 13th minus the 139 days, you're at December 25th, Christmas Day. So why is that? Because Christmas is 3 days after winter solstice, right? Which is the change of the seasons and the marking of a new year. So why is that? Well, I'm going to do it again. So it lines up with Jesus' Ascension Day. It actually lines up with the Buddha's birthday, and it also lines up with the miracle of the sun at Fatima. Now, the actual miracle of the sun at Fatima is October 13th, which is 2 orbits of planet 139, which shouldn't be there because astronomers today, and this is going to be important when we get to 3i Atlas, astronomers today believe that 100,000 people on a hillside in Portugal in 1917 all hallucinated this what appeared to be an annular ring style eclipse of the sun with an unknown body, because we know there was no lunar eclipse that day. And as far as astronomers know and believe, there's no other planets in the solar system. Well, they're wrong. I'm going to prove them wrong. So, and then I do it again, and this is about 97% accurate to the orbit of Mercury, which is 87.9 days to go around the sun. Now, if I keep going, I get a hypothetical orbit of 53.29 days. This is almost exactly 33, which is the age of Jesus and Alexander the Great. And this number here is a planet called Vulcan. So if anybody's watched Star Trek and they know Spock, he comes from planet Vulcan. Planet Vulcan was an observed planet inside the orbit of Mercury with an orbit of 20 days, rounded off to the nearest number. So I'm like, 99, 98% accurate to the orbit of Vulcan. But when astronomers saw it at the Paris Observatory in the 19th century, it vanished. So we had a planet appearing and vanishing.
Mhm.
And because it vanished, they knew it wasn't a sunspot. They said, well, it can't be real. But yet they observed it in telescopes in Colorado, in America. It was observed several times and then it vanished. So when I keep going even further, this is the height of the Great Pyramid of Egypt to perfection by a factor of 100. So that means if I take that number times 100, that's the height of the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Which is going to be important for us too with 3i Atlas. Very important. So it's just a factor of 100, which means if I take this number times the golden ratio going out, it's just going to equal 100 orbits of all the planets, right? So when I take the 591 and I go out, I'm going to reach the outer planets as well, to percentages and degrees of accuracy. So how did
stunning
like how did that happen? And that's where I start. So when 3i Atlas comes in, let me show you why this gets so personal to me with 3i Atlas. Because
I saw in one of your recent shows where you're aligning the pyramid with Jesus' ascension and Coeur d'Alene and all. Oh, it's just stunning information. Wow.
Yeah, that's my angles project, and I can. I'm, whatever you bring up, we'll cover here today because that's really important. So this is what the hyperdimensional, what I call the real solar system looks like. And this is going to be quite stunning because it's actually the poet Dante who wrote the Inferno, the Purgatorio, and the Paradiso. Was the first one who ever saw this. In his visions, in Dante's visions in the Paradiso, to Mercury, the Sun, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, at the time of Dante in the 14th century, we had not discovered Uranus and Neptune yet. But he describes them with different names, but he describes their coloring perfectly.
Wow.
Because they wouldn't be discovered until 18th, 19th century. So Dante is out here where my cursor is, just beyond Neptune, and Beatrice shows him 9 more planets of the angels heading back towards the sun.
Incredible.
My wife's formula gives me the orbits in Earth day time. So all these numbers you see are Earth day time. Here's my 591 right here, right? And so that's how many days it takes this hypothetical planet to go around the sun, which I just demonstrated. Now watch what happens when I bring in 3i Atlas. This is really going to get crazy because 3i Atlas is headed 100% like a bullseye for 591. See, this is, I remember when this graphic first came out, I calculated using a ruler and ratio calculations, if Mars has an orbit of 686.98 days, where would 591 be? It would be inside the orbit of Mars right here. And so 3i Atlas is 5 degrees above the ecliptic plane, so it would fly right over it, right over its orbit, its exact orbit.
Stunning.
And that's its bullseye. And at perihelion, which was the 29th of October, which we just had, and the 30th, right? Big news broke. But I calculated it would hit the center point October 23rd, which happens to be my 15-year-old daughter Alira's birthday, which is also quite stunning. But on the 19th of October here, when we had the huge internet outage that affected Amazon and hundreds of apps worldwide,
Yep.
all day happened when it hit here.
Oh my gosh.
And I think that's not a coincidence. On November 11th, it's going to be right around here on this, because it's basically holding this position for quite a while. So right away, I became interested. And then I did a calculation, which was, according to Avi Loeb, the lead Harvard astronomer, who was telling the world there's a high probability that this is an alien spacecraft made out of nickel, the size of Manhattan, at the very least, the island of Manhattan.
12 miles, yeah.
And I know that's really far out. Like, he's a Harvard physicist, right? Like how do you say he's lost his mind? Well, if you look at his math, I'm going to show you something here that is based on his first hypothesis before I go. So I'm going to go to his page on Medium. I have a page on Medium where my more advanced articles are written. So we go to this news broke yesterday. This is just stunning. But his first, we'll do his news, and then I'll show you what's called the odds. So here we go. Avi Loeb's Medium page. This news broke yesterday. And the news that broke yesterday and the day before is that, according to data that's collected at perihelion, which is mean 3i Atlas is closest to the sun, it exhibited non-gravitational, which means not natural, acceleration, which means there has to be a technology behind it. And it was emitting more blue light than the sun, whereas comets will emit more reddish orange light at perihelion, which is reflective of the sun. But instead, it was emitting more blue light than the sun, which means it had its own energy signature. And this is the article. This article should have shocked the world when he published it 1 day ago. So on the 31st, it should have shocked the world, but the mainstream press didn't even seem to notice. So then what he does here is he calls for Congress, because this is where the story starts to get into what people call conspiracies, is because we shut down the US government October 1st. And I'll show you what that means. And we blocked images to the Mars HiRISE camera, which is literally the best camera in the solar system starting that day. And it is, I know cameras. I mean, I was a professional photographer and used to develop film in the old days. Mm-hmm. So let me show you what happens when you go to I'm going to click on the.
I love this the spiritual physics science connection. It's stunning. Very, very well done.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you can appreciate that, because I mean, when the older you get, mm-hmm. not necessarily because we're older, we want to know where we're going next, right? I mean, and to really start to look at evidence in near-death experiences starts to give people some sort of promise or hope that we know where we're going to go next. I don't know what's going on with my screen here, but I'm somehow zoomed in super huge on the screen here on our podcast. So I'm trying to find my trying to find out how that even happened. Okay, so there it is. There's my share screen. So share screen. Am I sharing screen right now or no?
No, not yet.
Okay, so let's go. What can I go to here? Because I'm trying to see what I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you this next. Okay. This is really super advanced. This is a paper that came out just a few days ago. And in this paper, physicist Beatrice Villarreal is one of the lead physicists from Sweden on this project, but so are many world-renowned physicists, started to notice, and this is really evidence of my theory of hyperdimensional planets that are in this golden ratio synchronicity to Earth's orbit and the orbits of the known planets, which would be an enormous breakthrough mathematically, because in the world of Galileo and Newton and many early mathematicians, to find the algorithm to the orbits of the planets has never been accomplished or resolved, which my wife's formula combined with my knowledge did. But what you're seeing on the screen here are images from the Palomar Observatory in San Diego, California, taken in the 1950s, of whole stars or planets with these blue circles. Can you see these blue circles where my cursor is?
Yep.
That were photographed, and only minutes later in the next photograph, they vanished, gone. And it took them quite a few years. And in this paper, they have documented a great number of cases where these planets or stars, we don't know what they are actually appearing and vanishing. It's taken a long time to come to this. So, I mean, for people who want to see the whole, presentation of that on my Medium page and where my articles are posted on that, you can. But basically, this should also be probably one of the biggest stories in the world now, because when you get into this kind of physics, you can explain. We have 3 cases now of hyperdimensional, meaning planets that appear in our solar system and vanish. We have Vulcan, we have the miracle of the sun at Fatima, and now we actually have 3i Atlas doing the same thing. So what I was going to show is how we shut down. Let me go to where 3i Atlas is right now. And you're going to see how this all played out. Because what I did is I mapped 3i Atlas as it was coming into the solar system. Every orbit of every planet it crossed lined up with a major the most powerful religious states for Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and even the ancient Egyptians. Every planet it crosses, I mapped that. But what's more stunning is okay, here we go. I'm going to go to what happened on the 19th, 20th of October, right here. Can you see this article on my Medium page? Just want to make sure.
It's not coming up yet.
Okay, so I'm not sharing screen yet. That's because I know how to make this shrink down, but we are somehow.
Another thing that's incredible is the Economic Times, of all journalist magazines, basically said filmmaker and author David Sarita, who collaborated with MIT physicist Bogdan Maglik on nuclear fusion research, had detected unusual light emissions from the interstellar object 3i Atlas on October 13th, 2025. Sarita claimed that the pulses followed a Fibonacci sequence coinciding with the 108th anniversary of the miracle of the sun at Fatima. So stunning.
Well, that also happened. That's right. That also happened. And there's so much data here. I mean, in this particular article here so remember, they shut down the Mars High Rise camera October 1st. Guess what happened on October 1st? It was Yom Kippur, which is when 3i Atlas arrived at Mars. Perfectly timed. Yom Kippur is when Moses receives the second set of 10 commandment tablets, and the God of the Bible comes down. He's obviously on earth on Mount Sinai, And it became noted as the Day of Atonement of Sins for the Israelites, where in the Holy of Holies temple in Jerusalem, in Solomon's temple, the high priest enters 1 day per year to atone for the sins of the people. When Christ was crucified, a lightning bolt strikes the Holy of Holies and tears it open and knocks the foundation pillars to the ground, signifying the tremendous importance of the Holy of Holies. So why is it, you'll see this, and so are you seeing my screen now with this article?
Yes. Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why is it that when 3i Atlas hit the orbit of 591, with all the cameras turned down, I went to an older solar cam because 3i Atlas was pairing with the sun. And I went to the LASCO camera, which they didn't turn off because the good solar camera, the NASA SDO, Solar Dynamic Observatory, was turned off on Yom Kippur. The U.S. government shut down on Yom Kippur, day 1, October 1st. And the Mars HiRISE is still shut down as of October 1st, which is the best camera in the solar system. And you can see in this image here, up in the top right corner, I get this object. Now, this thing is huge. This thing can't be 3i Atlas. I'm proposing we're getting a glint off of 591 because this is where it would be. And to the right here is we see all this incredible structured geometry in this glint coming off of this. And due to mathematics, I can determine with the LASCO camera, looking at the sun here and the coronagraph of the solar emissions, that this is planetary in size. Because 3i Atlas would be somewhere here, which would be a speck by comparison. And so what happens is I immediately take note of this enormous object, and then the European spacecraft called the ESA ExoMars releases images, which I screen grab. And these glints are what's coming off of what they're telling us is 3i Atlas. The problem is when I did mathematics on the size of the measurement from the Mars ESA, this thing is way too big to be 3i Atlas. And look at these geometries. Look at them.
Wow.
Like, that's no comet.
No.
And what ends up happening is these images get smeared in a fuzzball through image stacking and released on Avi Loeb's website, and we lose the geometric, figures of the glinting when they do that as a form of cover-up. So this is an example of that camera looking at Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury. So Mercury, of course, is closer to the sun. Venus is right next to us. And if you look at the size scale of this, and you look at the size scale of what I'm talking about, I'm looking at something here, which is a planet. The problem is on the LASCO camera, C3, the object appears and then it vanishes in the next frame. You see in this frame, it's not there. So I thought NASA removed it, but they didn't. And then this huge thing comes streaking by, which shouldn't be there. And then the story gets more and more mysterious. So now I'm going to go back to the newest article I did on this, which is this one.
So when these stars and planets blink in and out, do you think they're moving in between different dimensions or?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's exactly just like the UAPs, UFOs are. They're jumping dimensions.
Nice. Okay.
Is what they're doing. So we live in a hyperdimensional solar system that has cycles, which is what the miracle of the sun at Fatima is, where they pop into our dimension and pop out. So 3i Atlas, remember, its bullseye is where I'm looking. So now we look at this new article here on my Medium blog. And I'm saying that the prerequisite to this article is you have to understand that we live in a hyperdimensional solar system with hyperdimensional visits by UAP UFOs. Vanishing and appearing stars is a prerequisite. I know the story. This is the link in the Astronomical Journal to this new paper that was just released on the Vanishing Star Project. You can see examples here of another one appearing and then vanishing. I mean, I think this, for sci-fi people, should be the most exciting story of the decade. This image here on the right in the gray is similar to the coronagraph style imaging of the sun by an amateur. And this yellow line shows us the trajectory of 3i Atlas, which just appears like a tiny little speck following this line of October dates. And the 20th being right where my arrow is here is where 3i Atlas would be. And my object is in the same synchronicity as it, but it shows a little bit higher in the frame. You see the object on the left is here. So it's way too big to be 3i Atlas. And it's what you would call a megastructure. And if 591 is a planetary sized object that's jumping in and out of dimensions, it is stunning. Remember, this is an ESA image, European Space Agency image, showing megastructure geometries. This is a link to the video where I got the screen grabs of it. This is a close-up. I mean, that should just shock the world right there. And then you can see here, my object again appears, and then in the next frame, it's gone. And then later, proving it's not an anomaly, it appears again. It actually appeared that day on the 20th of October. Remember, this is the date I predicted 3i Atlas would intersect the orbit of 591.
Wow.
And here it is up here. So it's appearing and disappearing. And in regular science, here I got it 2 frames in a row. Right, nice. In this frame. And I got it in this frame. Remember, if we were looking at Mars high-rise camera images, it's a gigapixel scale camera, whereas this old camera is only 1 megapixel. Although, see, look, now here it is. It's gone. The same day it's gone. And then again, going back to the trajectory, I'm right on target for the date for it to be paired with 3i Atlas. So it's all in perfect synchronicity to what I predicted. Now this article here, what are the mathematical odds of 3i Atlas pairing with 4 planets during its trajectory? And this pairing is, you see, here is 3i Atlas on the 3rd of October, 1 day after Yom Kippur ends. It in its closest position to Mars when the photography from the Mars high-rise was supposed to begin. We're going to come back to this in a minute because we have a Congresswoman, Representative Paulina Luna, demanding that NASA release these images.
Oh, fantastic. Good for her.
Right? The odds mathematically in Mars' 687-day orbit of Atlas coming in and being paired with Mars is millions to 1 against it. But then it pairs again. This was Yom Kippur. Notice that 3i Atlas, Mars, and Mercury and the Sun are paired. And then here we actually add in our new comet K1 Atlas. Mercury, Mars, and Atlas are all paired. So it really knows what it's doing. And now here it is. This date is coming up November 3rd. This is 2 days. It's going to be paired with Venus, which is like a conjunction. You see, Venus has a 225-day orbit. So why isn't Venus here? Why isn't it over here? Why isn't it on the opposite side? Why is it paired? You see what I mean by pairing. And then on Christmas Day, 3i Atlas is going to be a great pyramid angle between Earth and 3i Atlas off its trajectory line. Now, this is huge news here. This is massive. And I'm about to reveal something just before Christmas. We should come back because I have proof of something, the most powerful position for Judaism, Christianity, and Islam that will prove that all 3 religions are tied to the Great Pyramid of Egypt. I'm going to prove it. I've already figured it out, and I have the graphics. I'm just not ready to tell the world yet because it's going to blow their minds. So that will explain why Atlas is at Great Pyramid. So that means if you're looking up the slope of the Great Pyramid at 51.853972 degrees between Earth, you'll reach 3i Atlas. Again, how does it know how to do this? But what this calculation shows is what are the odds? Now we've got Jupiter. It's going to pair with Jupiter on the 16th of March in the spring, which is Islam's night of power, which marks the day that the Archangel Gabriel appears to Muhammad and starts orating the first verses of the Quran. They celebrate it this spring on this date. How is that happening? And with Jupiter's 12-year orbit, just a shaving under 12 years, how did it pair with Jupiter? So I asked ChatGPT first to tell me what are the odds of these pairings occurring individually, and those numbers are cited here. Jupiter, one orbit is 0.0294%, right? See that?
Mm-hmm.
And then if I go back to Earth, it's 0.22%. So it's not even 0.25%. But the odds of all four of them pairing, you're not going to believe this number, is 2.7 trillionths of one.
Oh my God.
Do you know what that means? I mean, Avi Loeb didn't even figure this out because he only did the odds of the pairing of a single orbit with Jupiter. I'm saying, what are the odds of it going through the solar system at its trajectory and velocity so perfectly, and the timing of when it enters to do this is 2.7 trillionths of one.
Incredible.
That means we have the proof of we're dealing with something highly. In fact, one of the questions I ask is how would a human do with a calculator and a physicist if I hypothetically said to the best astronomers in the world, tell me what date, what velocity, and what angle a comet naturally driven by gravitational forces would have to enter the solar system to intersect all of these positions in the pairing with the planets to happen. Could anybody do that before this ever occurred? And I guarantee the answer is no. They couldn't figure it out.
No way.
But supercomputers and AI can, which is why I use ChatGPT to do my calculation, because I knew what to ask it. But then if I ask it to do the next thing, which is even more impossible, which is wait you see how 3i Atlas pairs with all the planets on the religious dates, which I'll go over really quickly. How much time do we have left? Because I think we had an hour.
Yeah, definitely. You got time. We'll give you a little bit more time if you need it. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like quarter to. So let me go to here. Proof of intelligence. Oh no, I got to show you this one. I got to show you this one first, because this one. Okay, because 3i Atlas sends the same model that my wife sent, and it does it in its axial rotation, which means on its axis, spinning on its axis. This data came out again on Avi Loeb's site, and it does it by sending us one number. Can you see this? 3i Atlas sends the age of Methuselah. Can you see that? Okay. So what 3i Atlas does is it's rotating on its axis, right? And I had already calculated that 3i Atlas, Oumuamua, which was the first interstellar visitor of the three. 3i Atlas means third interstellar visitor. We had three of them. We had Oumuamua, then we had 21 Borisov, which nobody paid attention to, which means they're not comets. They're coming from beyond the solar system's perimeter where the Oort cloud is, which is where all the comets, basically originate. And I calculated the ratio at perihelion when all three of them were closest to the sun, and it was 1 to the golden ratio squared. And Avilov didn't even notice this. But so then what I do is I take the rotational period of 3i Atlas, which is 16.16 hours plus or minus 0.01, and I convert it to minutes. When I convert it to minutes, I was stunned at the number because it was 969 minutes, which is the age of Methuselah, the oldest living man in the Bible. And so then I took, again, I can use 16.15 hours times 60 equals 969 because that's within tolerance. And I can use exactly 16.16 hours, which is 969.6. And with that, I take that number because I know that number in my wife's hyperdimensional solar system model is right here. It's hyperdimensional planet, which is the age of Methuselah, divided by the golden ratio gives me 599 and a quarter instead of 591. Divided by the golden ratio again gives me 98.62% of the orbit of Earth. So divided by the golden ratio again gives me 98% of Venus, and divided by the golden ratio again, I get 141.46 instead of 139.5 for what I call angelic thrones. And divided by the golden ratio again, I actually get 99.38% accuracy for Mercury's orbit. And the outer planets, I've stated all my accuracies here. So 3i Atlas sent us the same message with a slight adjustment to my wife's model. And what I decided to do next was to put the two together, overlap her model, the Crystal Menchaca Sarita model, with the 3i Atlas model of the hyperdimensional solar system. This is my wife's model, and subtract the difference. And when I subtracted the difference, I got Fibonacci's famous numerical sequence for each planet.
Wow.
Which is 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34. As the differential between them, which is super advanced, and it's super mind-blowing and stunning. Because it's like, here's my hands. This is the Crystal Sarita model. This is what I call the Methuselah model sent by 3i Atlas as a number of minutes in its rotational model. And I fused them together, and then I subtract the differences of the numbers, and I'm left with Fibonacci's number sequence in the middle as a form of what we call in brainwave training binaural, meaning left-right brain synchronicities. If I put this as a frequency and this as a frequency together, the brain will interpret the overlapping as the Fibonacci sequence, with each number in the sequence attributed to each one of the planets, including the planets of the angels. That just utterly destroyed all chances of this just being random noise. The 3i Atlas, like Carl Sagan said, the famous astronomer in the 1970s, if we met an extraterrestrial civilization, they would communicate with us in the form of mathematics. So for me, as really a junior physicist, that would be considered really simple mathematics that a physicist who does these huge calculations on the chalkboard would overlook. But why is it, with my math being so simple, I know it may not be simple to some of the people in the audience, but I tell you, if I paid 100 people to follow me for a week, I guarantee you'd all walk away understanding this. You just spend a week with me, and you would actually have a great understanding of it, because all of the greatest mathematical formulas in physics, including Einstein's equals mc squared, are simple, elegant formulas. And Paul Dirac's formula that won him the Nobel Prize for the discovery of antimatter, which could explain this, these planets could be made of antimatter, is so simple it looks like a kid did it, and he won the Nobel Prize for it. I mean, it's ridiculous when you look at his formula that won him the Nobel Prize. I could actually show you that. So that means we live in a hyperdimensional universe. 3i Atlas is on cue. It's like the pointer going through the classroom and saying, look here, look here, look here, on these dates that match our most powerful religious holidays, which is the last thing I want to show you today. And this is here it is, proof of intelligence. Now I got to do share screen again. Pretty sure this is where I want to be. And
yeah, the math is incredible on this. It's amazing how you're having communication, multidimensional communication with your former wife, and you have the spiritual connection with the religions and the mathematical physics connection with 3i Atlas. Wow, unbelievable.
Well, it's funny, you know, for me, when my wife died, I'm not satisfied with, you know, she's in heaven. I want to know where it is. And I'm so passionate about it. That's what is driving me.
Beautiful.
Is, sorry, I'm not just going to be satisfied. I have to know where she is. Why did she build this simple mathematical? In fact, what happened to me, I'll show you this. After my wife died, I had to get a new credit card. And I didn't even notice this until my daughter wanted to make a purchase. I've actually canceled this card, but you know how you get a 3-digit security code in the back of your card?
Right. Wow.
Nobody would know what that number means except for me, because if this number appeared on my credit card before she called up my name, but I wouldn't know what to do with it, and I wouldn't even care.
Those synchronicities, I love them. They're telling us that we're on the right track. That's amazing.
Yeah. So here we go. Coming into the solar system really quick. I'm using the Sky Live, going back on the clock. 3i Atlas comes within Neptune's orbit on the Ascension Day for Jesus. June 13th is Orthodox Ascension in 2024, okay, which is on a lunar calendar. So that is truly remarkable. Okay, so then it comes within the orbit of here it is here, of the orbit of Uranus. Uranus, as the Greeks describe it, on May 6, 2024. That was last May 6th. Jesus' Ascension Day falls on May 6 in 1948 and 2027. The Buddha's birthday was May 6 in 2014, and May 1 in 2025, and May 1 would still be within 3i Atlas crossing the orbit of Uranus. I'm going to do this quickly because it's, I mean, I could spend a lot of time on this because it's truly remarkable mathematically. So 3i Atlas comes within Jupiter's orbit on Jesus' Ascension window. June 13th is Jesus' Ascension Day in Eastern Orthodox. Buddha's Day of Enlightenment is June 13th in 2014. I mean, I could argue with people about lunar calendars, which takes quite a few hours to do. This is 3i Atlas comes within Saturn's orbit on the way in on Muhammad's night vision, which is his journey through the 7 heavens, January 26th and 27th in 2025. Right? So this is accurate to the year. Okay, so that's truly remarkable. Then it comes within the orbit of 16 Psyche, the most valuable asset in the solar system, on the 14th, 15th of August, which is the Mother Mary's Day of Ascension every year on the solar calendar. It's not on the lunar calendar. So 16 Psyche, again, is worth countless trillions of dollars because of all the precious metals on that dwarf planet asteroid, which is in the asteroid belt. And again, that is truly remarkable. Then it crosses, 3i Atlas comes at its closest position, which is October from Mars, October 2nd, 3rd, 2025, which is Yom Kippur, right? So we already noted the Yom Kippur alignment. Is the day of the government shutdown, is the day they turned off, they wouldn't let us see the images of it, which means they're afraid for us to see it. And then this is what happened on Yom Kippur when we see the alignment on October 1st. This is the day of the government shutdown. Do you think they didn't know this? I guarantee you they know this. It was all timed perfectly. And this is the side view, the 13th of October, which is when the flashes occurred, which is the anniversary of the miracle of the sun at Fatima. it came just inside the orbit of Mars. And then you come to the bullseye of 3i Atlas, which is my hyperdimensional planet 591, and which is what we're in the middle of right now. And then October 29th, 30th at perihelion, which is its closest to the sun, right? So it's now inside the orbit of 591. Muhammad's birthday in 2022 was October 29th, and Muhammad's birthday in 2020 was October 30th. You can't make this stuff up.
Wow.
So then it comes at Christmas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I showed what happens on Christmas. It will be at Great Pyramid Angle. Now look what it does. This is from Avi Loeb's website. It basically flatlines in its closest position to Earth from late November all the way through the holidays. This is Christmas Day at the top of the blue line. Boxing Day, it just jettisons away, right? And there's a reason for that. It's not using any propulsion to do that, but it's just the way the physics work of Earth getting closer and 3i Atlas getting further. They kind of do this cat and mouse chase here. So how is it doing this?
Yeah.
It's incredible. And then this is Christmas Day when it's going to be a Great Pyramid Angle to Earth. And I've got a huge reveal just before Christmas on this news. And then we keep going on the way out. It will cross 16 Psyche again, January 7th, 8th, which is the Orthodox Christmas Day. And for the Eastern Orthodox Church. And Eastern Orthodox Christmas, again, is 3 days after winter perihelion, which is when Earth is closest to the sun.
Mm-hmm.
So our Christmas, Western Christmas, is 3 days after winter solstice. So January 1st is actually right in the middle of the two dates for Eastern and Western Christmas, actually. It's right in the middle. So then we go to the first dates for the new year. Sorry, not Christmas. So now we go to it will cross Jupiter. It closest position to Jupiter is March 16th, which is when Congressman Paulina Luna is asking Congress to use the orbiter, the Juno spacecraft on Jupiter, to save its fuel because it's going to be so close. Look how long the orbit of Jupiter is. Again, we already showed the mathematical odds of the pairing being almost impossible unless this thing knew what it was doing. But that happens to be the night of power in the Swan, which is the correct date on the lunar calendar for 2026. This spring will be 2026 when this big crossing with Jupiter occurs. And then it crosses the orbit of Jupiter on March 25th, 26th, which are Easter dates in 1894, 1951, 2046. And Easter was also on March 26th, 1989, and 2076. So we're crossing Jupiter's orbit in the Easter window. And then we come to the, this is when it crosses Saturn. July 19th to the 22nd is Sirius heliacal rising, which is the way the ancient Egyptians calculated New Year's Day, is when Sirius rises on the eastern horizon on that date. Notice those are the dates for Apollo, the lunar landing in 1970, I think it was 79, right? So notice that we did that on Sirius heliacal rising, which are the kind of things that NASA does. It's also Mary Magdalene's feast day on the 22nd of July. So we're going to be right here at Saturn on that religious day. So it's marking, it's showing us actually all these harmonics, what I call the harmony of the order, are active during these religious dates. 3i Atlas intersects the orbit of Uranus May 24th, 2027, which is Buddha's birthday in 2026 on the lunar calendar. And Jesus' Ascension Day was May 26th in 2022. You always see the Buddha's birthday, Jesus' Ascension Day pairing on multiple years on the lunar calendar. And then Neptune, this is Neptune. Atlas will intersect the orbit of Neptune April 12th, 2028. That's how long it's going to get out to Neptune. So it's going to be in our solar system for a while, which is Easter will be on April 12th in the year 2020, 2026. And so there you go. So that shows you. Now, when I ask ChatGPT to calculate the mathematical odds of this happening, the number is even more staggering.
I'm sure it is.
Of it being of what you call your mathematical odds. Like it's beyond ludicrous at that point.
So it's almost like it's being steered by intelligent life.
Well, I would have to say something akin to the supreme being of the galaxy.
Wow.
Actually. I mean, I would literally call it that.
With all the connections and timing and everything, it's got to be. It's incredible.
Yeah, no, it has to be an absolutely supreme. I mean, if it's AI that's doing it for an extraterrestrial civilization or race, could it figure it out? Well, one of the things about AI, just like, I mean, I know what calculations to ask ChatGPT. I just have to know what to ask it, and it will do the math correctly, right? So, but there's a difference between a human being trying to do this kind of math on their own with a calculator, right? So, and that's more difficult because you have to, like when I do math calculations on my own, which I do a lot, I do it 3 times to make sure before I go, public with something that I'm going to check it 3 times to make sure I'm getting the same number. And it's true. Once in a while, I'll make a mistake and I'll go, how the heck did I make that mistake? Well, that's why I check it 3 times. But I have not seen chat make a mistake, right? Because I can check it.
And the propulsion of this, the way it moves and so forth, there doesn't seem to be any propulsion that we're having any understanding of as well.
Well, that's what we looked at yesterday when Lowell put this out. That he knew all along that at perihelion, its closest distance to the sun, we would either know if it's a comet or not if it shows unnatural acceleration, because the gravitational pull of the sun on 3i Atlas could perturb it, and so therefore you can see energetically if there's a change, and there was, and he posted it. You'd think the entire world, because all the conservative astronomers, look, he's already proven it's made out of manufactured nickel. He's already proved it has its own light. It's not just reflecting sunlight. It's emitting its own light, and he attributed that possibly to antimatter, actually. I know all about antimatter. It's the most powerful stuff. When it's created by mega lightning strikes on the Earth, it's immediately annihilated. And when it annihilates, it produces a gamma ray burst. And so it appears and disappears constantly on the Earth due to very powerful lightning strikes, which are driving the Tesla-Schumann resonance frequency. And therefore, it's unstable. But is it possible to exhibit a... try and find this website for you where the CERN particle accelerator, CERN antimatter, Paul Dirac. I'm going to show you this page because this is really worth noting.
Cool.
So, because when antimatter was discovered, and if our planets that we're talking about are antimatter planets, which they could be, especially if there's a way to stabilize, it explains why they can't stay in our dimension very long, even if it's a stable form. And of course, the Vanishing Stars project that I presented demonstrates these whole planets or stars can disappear within 15 minutes.
Yep.
So this is the antimatter page on the CERN particle website. In 1928, British physicist Paul Dirac wrote down an equation. This is a really simple equation that combined quantum theory and special relativity to describe the behavior of an electron moving at relativistic speed. The equation which won him the Nobel Prize was x squared equals 4 can have two possible solutions. X is equal to 2 or x is equal to minus 2. That's it. And minus 2 would be antimatter. This simple equation, which I understand because I've actually studied antimatter and we photographed antimatter, led to the possibility, it's right here, but when antimatter come into contact with matter, they annihilate, disappearing in a flash of energy. So the Big Bang should have created equal amounts of matter and antimatter. So why is there far more matter than antimatter in the universe? But what this led to was the possibility that there could be antimatter persons, antimatter planets, antimatter stars, and antimatter galaxies. So that just became standard. And even though that was mathematically proven that there could be antimatter planets, stars, persons, and stars, and even a whole antimatter galaxy, that used to be written right here on the website. They took it frickin' down because I've been quoting this. It's got to be here. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. No, sorry, it's right here. Okay. Dirac interpreted the equation to mean that for every particle there exists a corresponding antiparticle exactly matching the particle but with opposite charge. For example, for the electron, there should be an anti-electron or positron, and identical in every way but with a positive electric charge. The insight opened the possibility of entire galaxies and universes made of antimatter. And of course, galaxies are made of planets, stars, and people. So there you go. It's what I'm saying is not pie in the sky. It's real. And it's happening. And I believe on the LASCO camera, we may be looking at actual images of the 591 blinking in and blinking out as 3I Atlas intersected it. Exactly on the date on that camera that I predicted. I mean, you think I'd get the Nobel Prize, but I won't because these people... Here's another thing I can show you, which is, okay, first I'm going to show you before we close the European Space Agency's ExoMars video frames of 3I Atlas. You see, it's going right by. You see it up here?
Yep.
You see those geometries inside of it as it's going by. They've got this continuously running on the website. But then there's these other objects streaking by in some of the frames. And those are very, very interesting. That's a whole other subject that Loeb was actually asked. All I did is do screen grabs to capture those and blow them up. And you could see these megastructure geometries. And knowing the optics of the camera they're using, it's just simply way too big to really accept that that's 3I Atlas, that they're probably looking at something else. In fact, from those screen grabs, I'm looking at an image right now. From those screen grabs, a friend of mine in Connecticut, Erica, put this in her new iPhone, and she just did a little bit of contrast enhancements. This is what it looks like.
Wow.
I mean, does that look like a comet to you? That's from the European Space Agency. Just some contrast filters. So she's not actually changing the shape and the size and dimensions of it. She's just enhancing shadows. I mean, what you're looking at here from Erica's photo editing on it is probably why the whole government shut down so they could turn off the camera, because this is low resolution on the European Space Agency.
Good point.
Compared to what the high-rise camera should show. Let me show you the high-rise website just for noting for your viewers. I'm going to click on the high-rise camera, which even though Paulina Luna's letter, which is just yesterday or the day before, is calling for NASA to share the photos, Avi Loeb, Harvard astronomer, cannot get. So I'm just going to click on the high-rise camera right here. And it's been frozen since October 1st. See the last image. October 1st, 2025. This is the best camera in the solar system. It's far better than the Hubble. It's a gigapixel camera. Now, I check it every day. They just won't open it, even with her demanding, because, and if they do finally share us an image, they're probably going to smudge it. Probably going
distort
to
it.
give us, garbage is what they're going to give us.
So incredible stuff, David. Incredible review of what's going on out there. I have like a billion other questions. I'd love to. I'm following your work. It's absolutely incredible. I recommend everybody else follow you. Your website is davidsereda.co. DAVIDSEREDA.co. So
and also I want to note that Trump on perihelion, notice this, he called for the detonation and testing of atomic weapons at perihelion. And everybody thinks it has to do with Russia and China. Okay, so it has nothing to do with them. He's sending a signal at perihelion. Look at the bombs we have on the Earth. Don't mess with us. He's scared, guarantee. That's why he did it on that date, which was he made the announcement on the 29th of October. Now they realize it's unrealistic because we don't even have the trained staff and technology to do a below ground. In fact, Kennedy in 1963, August 5th, the anniversary of Hiroshima, signs the nuclear test ban treaty that we can't test above ground, we can't test in the ocean, and we can't test in space. But I think what Trump did in using the language and understanding of symbols, he shut down the government on Yom Kippur, turned off the cameras, and then he called for the testing of nuclear weapons at perihelion. So he's not talking to, I mean, Russia actually built the most powerful nuclear weapon. I know everything about bombs and nuclear weapon. Wow. In fact, I worked for Department of Defense as a defense contractor in Irvine, California with Magwitch, a company called High Energy Micro Devices. We were contracted out of Fort Belvoir in Virginia to build the most advanced weapons and contraband detection systems in the world using gamma rays. And I had to learn everything about bombs and contraband and how to find them. And I knew personally through him, Glenn Seaborg, who chaired the Atomic Energy Commission, authorizing all nuclear testing in Nevada under Kennedy, Johnson, and Nixon. And we worked with MIT nuclear weapons physicists like Lawrence Lidsky. And I just got trained in everything nuclear. And I could tell you a lot, but I can tell you that even though the Tsar Bomba was the most powerful nuclear bomb, which the Russians stole, they stole the hydrogen bomb and they stole the atomic bomb using spies at Los Alamos. They didn't know how to do it on their own. They stole it. And of course, they have good spies. And you know, we lost in the war of spies. I think the reason UFOs are more classified and have been more classified than the atomic bomb is because the secrecy failed at Los Alamos to protect the most valuable knowledge in the world. So yes, when the Russians stole the hydrogen bomb next, and they built a bigger one, Tsar Bomba, we already know they have the single most powerful nuclear weapon on Earth, even though we do as well. It's not likely that what Trump is saying is to scare off the Russians, is what I'm saying. And certainly not the Chinese. He does it on Yom Kippur. Sorry, he does it on perihelion October 29th or the 30th. So it hit the press on the 30th, but he does it on the 29th. So as a signature and as a symbol. He's got all the intel on 3i Atlas. We know it's alien technology, and we're scared. And so I don't think we have to be scared. When you look at all the religious states, I don't think there's evidence that this is about something intervening in a negative way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
yeah,
with that, yeah.
I get that it's benevolent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean,
I'm looking forward to Christmas to see what it's going to do.
Very, very interesting times. Wow. This is one of the most magnificent things I've seen, David. So thanks so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me on, and we'll have to do a follow-up. I'm really
glad. I'd love to. Absolutely. Yeah. Please.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Have a good day.
Hey, thanks everybody for joining us, and we'll see you guys next time.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford, 2025. It's Halloween, which is really the Celtic New Year, and we are actually entering an age where it might become the actual New Year again, because we're dealing with the end of a project that's been going on for thousands of years, and it could, end up with even the calendars being changed. But getting to the news, of course, the big thing on my radar was U.S. President Donald Trump visiting Japan and then going to Korea to meet the Chinese President Xi Jinping. Now, the first, let's talk about his visit to Japan. Basically, a good analogy is like he went to a Japanese hostess bar. When you go to a Japanese hostess bar, you sit around on the table with beautiful women who pour you drinks and flatter you. But then at the end of the evening, when you want to go home, you can't take any of them with you, and you get a big bill. And they say, next time, please come again, and maybe you get lucky, but your credit's maxed out, so bring cash. That's the summary of what happened in Japan. The only thing he came out with was a promise to plant 250 cherry trees in Washington, D.C. Now, the meeting in China was in South Korea with Xi Jinping was a little bit more substantive. We actually had someone on the ground there, but basically all that happened was China agreed to postpone the cutoff of rare earth minerals and buy some soybeans and give the U.S. a year to make adjustments. So they used the metaphor of a big ship turning around. You can't just, eliminate $1 trillion trade deficit instantly with tariffs. It requires structural changes. But the structural changes that are required cannot be done with the U.S. government as it currently exists. And people need to understand that the collapse of the U.S. government means the end of a project that has been going on at least for several hundred years. The people who were in charge of the West basically had a long-term plan which involved destroying Russia and turning it into several, maybe 10 or so vassal states, then going and attacking China and dividing China into 5 warring states. And after that, they were going to set up a world government with its capital in Jerusalem, ruled by members of a single tribe who wanted to enslave the rest of humanity. And this project is grinding to a halt. They failed to destroy Russia. In fact, they lost in Ukraine. As you can see from this clip, where the Russian flag is now flying where Vladimir Zelensky was bragging it would never fall. That war is basically over. Now, the Satanists who rule the United States still want to start another war. They're desperately trying to start a war with Venezuela. It's not working. They are being wound down, but clearly a civil war is still happening in the United States. Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, wanted to find out if a foreign government, and of course everyone knows that's Israel, and Kash Patel, who's married to an Israeli agent, tried to put the kibosh on that. So there's still a fight within the U.S. military-industrial complex against those who still want this project for Israel. And this wasn't about Jews or anything. This was about this plan of Albert Pike's to start a war between Muslims and Christians, and then at the end there would be the world rule under Lucifer or Satan. This whole project is coming to an end. That's what we're dealing with. Now, the other thing that people need to understand about the United States is that the government is bankrupt, and U.S. military paychecks are not being paid, and food stamps will not be paid. And this is actually a good thing, because we don't want the current U.S. military to continue the way it is. It's not functional. For example, when Donald Trump came to Japan, he went on board the USS Washington, the aircraft carrier. Well, what happened to the Vincent Carl, whatever it was, that was sent to Yemen? I guess it never went back. They lost 3 aircraft carriers because they are obsolete. They are expensive white elephants with no military value, and a real military would instantly scrap them and turn them into drones and stuff. But so, we need much more fundamental change than business as usual. And our group is proposing, an Anglo-Saxon takeover of Canada and the United States to build a new capital somewhere in the central North America, which would no longer be a Zionist slave state, but actually working on behalf of the people. And if we don't do that, no matter what we try, China's going to keep out-competing us. They just announced their 5-year plan, and if you read the details, their government is trying to make things better for the people, the average people. That's what the most intelligent people in that country do. They figure, where do we all want to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now? How do we get there? And what do we have in the West? We have a bunch of control of the major corporations who are impoverishing the people, and have been since the 1970s, to finance their project to turn Jerusalem into a world capital for Satanists. And this has nothing to do with the Jews, okay? These people aren't Jews, let's get that clear. But they are Satanists, and there's a battle still going on. There's about 1 million of them in the United States, and they're fighting tooth and nail for control. And we have to fight them. Listen to Candace Owens talk about Charlie Kirk here.
Allow me to be very explicit, okay? I want war with all of you, okay? All of you. And there's a reason. I'm going to get to that reason in a little bit, but I want war with all of you. So write your articles, issue your statements, email the White House, reach out for comment, okay? Say whatever it is you want to say about me. I want war with all of you. Because I know this isn't right. And there is no way you are going to convince me and the rest of the world that all of this is normal. We're not just going to keep on going and jump into a succession plan. We're going to figure out what the hell happened on September 10th first.
That's the sentiment that is held by many people in the military and the agents. We have her back. We're not going to let them murder their way out of this one. We really do need a fundamental change. And people need to understand that when the Soviet Union fell, okay, this didn't mean the end of Russia, okay? The Soviet Union was a plan to create a world communist empire, and it fell. But now the Russian people are back to their Christian roots. They're richer and stronger than ever before. The same thing is going to happen to the United States. They're going to be liberated from Babylonian debt slavery, and they're going to start, once again, to have a government that actually works for the people and represents the people, not a group of Satanists. This is what we're fighting for. This is why we need to keep this fight going. And there will be turbulence as the old system collapses, but it's going to be a very good thing, because there will be a jubilee. Americans will be freed from debt slavery, and all the money that was stolen from them from central bank fraud will be returned. And once again, the West will be able to outcompete or at least rival China on an equal basis, which is the end game. So hang in there, folks. It's going to be a rough ride, but humanity will be liberated, and this Zionist nightmare is going to end. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers. Oh, wait, one more thing. Take a look at this clip of Xi Jinping and Donald Trump. We've confirmed that Xi Jinping is about 5'9" by looking at a picture of him standing next to Boris Johnson. So what we have here is what I've been told by my CIA source who was at the meeting, that there was a white hat avatar of Donald Trump who probably met an avatar of Xi Jinping. But nonetheless, they both represent U.S. government power. But the point is that the white hats are on the case, and hang in there, folks, because we are going to win this. Okay, now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It says, I just heard that Anna von Reitz was summoned to the World Court to do a presentation at The Hague about the existence for the fake U.S. corporate government and how she has been the sole fiduciary of the lawful and solvent American government. What do you know about this, and is it real, and is it a true step to coming back to American governments?
I've talked to Anna von Reitz before, and I agree with a lot of what she says. And I know that she has some powerful military backing, and I support her work. We do need to end the fraudulent slave system that we currently have. Basically, right now, when someone is born in North America, they're issued a slave identification number or a social security number, and a bond backed by that person's lifetime of slave labor is issued. And that's what's called a birth certificate. So we are slaves, and her work will help liberate us from this slavery, and I wish her the best. Next question.
Hi, Ben. With the revelation of China buying so much land around our military bases, is it possible they're doing this to protect themselves? Are they really buying the lands to encroach upon our national security? Or are they trying to protect themselves against us, as we've been revealed as having so many adverse activities around the world? Thank you for your opinion on this.
I don't have inside information, but my best guess is what's been happening is that the people who control the military-industrial complex, in order to keep getting money from China, have been selling anything and everything they can. They've sold them all the face recognition technology that the Chinese are now using. They're selling them intelligence on American people. And it wouldn't surprise me if they sold them land around U.S. military bases, as a way to keep their own show going. But I know I've studied China for, 40 years. I've lived in Asia for about the same amount of time. And I know that what they're looking for is not conquest, but some sort of intermarriage. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. But definitely the U.S. military should make sure that there's no Chinese military around their bases in North America. That's just common sense. Next question.
Hi, Ben. How can there be a jubilee for debt without removing all of the deep state criminals when every country carries out forensic audits and exposes the fraud and corruption, removing all the crooks and cheating people? Only then a reset can take place. No point rewarding deep state criminals with a reset. Otherwise, wouldn't they be able to just climb back up to where they are currently?
I actually agree completely with that. We need war crimes tribunals, and every politician who's been blackmailed, which is basically what we have to do in order to become a leader in the West in these days, needs to be removed, and they need to face war crimes tribunals. There's no other way around this. We can't just have a jubilee and then put the same people in charge. Although some may be, able to go through truth and reconciliation, depending on the circumstances, because, a lot of talented people are needed and were dragged reluctantly into this blackmail network. So I don't think we want to get all of them, but we certainly want to get the main bad actors and make sure they're never in a position of control over corporations or governments or our money supply ever again. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Is Hurricane Melissa that is supposed to obliterate Jamaica a weather warfare weapon? And if so, why target Jamaica?
Well, I have to look into that, but my initial assessment is that this is yet another use of weather warfare for real estate redevelopment. Basically, they wanted to get all those black people out of their slums in Jamaica so they could build some kind of resort, and this sort of thing has to be stopped. So we'll find out when we see who's planning to redevelop after that and where the money's coming from. But I'm pretty sure the trail will lead to Black Rock, Vanguard, and State Street. And the U.S. military needs to nationalize those ASAP and remove people like Larry Fink from control over our corporations and places like Google and Amazon and everything else. They need to be removed from control of corporations, and they need to have that weather warfare capability taken away from them, and that may mean we have to send troops to Antarctica. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. It's been a long time since the last World War. Do you think, with all of the global events occurring recently, that we are due for another one?
Well, we're actually in the middle of a world war. I noticed that they just blew up a oil facility in Hungary because they're buying oil from Russia, and they blew up a big oil facility in California. There's sabotage going on in places like Mali where they're fighting over gold, and it's not a world war like we saw in the past because it involves information, it involves assassinations, it involves special forces. But it's happening all over the world, places like Afghanistan and Pakistan, or you name it. So we are in the middle of World War, but I'm pretty sure that they're not going to, the military at the highest level have agreed, that means the Russians, the Chinese, the Americans, they're not going to allow a nuclear Armageddon, and we're not going to see like World War II, like millions of troops on the ground facing each other. The closest we got to that was Ukraine, and that's pretty well over now. So I think the hybrid World War III that we are in now is coming to an end. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Just had a show with Juan O'Savin, and the show that I did yesterday with Leo Zagami. Between those two shows, you should see the one with Leo first and then this one with Juan. Basically, we're exposing deep state activities going back throughout history, and very, very interesting, very mind-blowing, all of this. The way Juan tied it all together into religious circles and so forth, and how it basically that exposure, I think, is going to bring the whole that system down. All right, and also we talked about how in Utah they have a class action suit that's going against the current governor, and it's could be something that the entire country will use to basically take down all of the deep state illegal voting activities. So very, very amazing things going on. We're going to talk about some of that. The latest is that top Trump officials are moving onto military bases. Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, Kristi Noem, and others have taken over homes that until recently housed senior officers. So, of course, being on a military base, they're going to get the benefit of the security of a military base. And, that's no one's going to be able to just walk in there and accost them. So former White House advisor Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife, mother of 3 young children. And so she walked out of her front door Thursday morning last month and was confronted by a woman she did not know. And the woman told her, "I'm watching you." This was the day after Charlie Kirk's assassination. It also wasn't anything new because they've all had that before, as many of us have, unfortunately. All right, so from that, so what they're going to do is do they're going to put a lot of these people in a protective custody, right? So that will move in and off military bases. On those military bases, of course, we have the military security forces that will protect them and so forth. And of course, they're protecting the bases, but they'll be on the protected base. So very, very important, I think, going forward to make sure that, we don't start to lose because the leftists are out of control, completely out of control. They want a war. They want to start a war. They want another civil war. It's not going to happen, but they're going to push it, and they're going to continue to try and assassinate figures. Now, my thoughts are that Charlie Kirk was not assassinated, but they probably did, plan to assassinate him, and then they discovered that, and then built it out like he was being assassinated. All right, so same thing with President Trump and the people that planned all that were probably have already been, for the most part, have been pulled in and have been taken care of. Now, another thing that's happening is that the federal government and the Pentagon is readying thousands of Guard reaction forces as U.S. mission widens. The Pentagon has ordered thousands of specialized National Guard personnel to complete civil unrest mission training over the next several months. I hope they've gotten a lot of these guys trained up already, because I don't think we have several months to go. All right, so maybe they're just releasing this stuff just to get everybody to see, get a feel for, what's coming. The Defense Department's newly established QRF, Quick Reaction Force, within the National Guard must be trained, equipped with riot control gear, and ready for deployment by January 1st, according to internal documents reviewed by the Washington Post. The 200 guards will be drawn from National Guard personnel whose primary focus is responding to disasters like nuclear accidents and terrorist attacks, document said. All right, so they're supposed to have fully operational for civil unrest by April 1st, April Fool's Day, right? The total size of the force will be 23,500 troops across all 50 states and 3 territories, excluding the District of Columbia, D.C. The documents say most states will supply 500 personnel for the reaction force, with the rest falling between 250 and 450. So they'll be specifically trained. Now, you've probably seen a lot of these riots out there in Portland. They're not protests, they're basically rioters. And you've also seen them, of course, in Chicago and LA. Now, where they're at, you'll see on the building tops now, people with what looks like spotters and so forth. Those are snipers, right? So snipers, some of them armed with, paintball guns, but some of them have real guns, right? Sniper scopes and so forth. That's going to be an issue going forward. And I think some of these quick reaction forces are going to be trained in that. They'll be trained in, taking down rioters, how to deal with them. You have to set up basically a shield wall while someone is, taken from the crowd that is a real threat. Maybe that's thrown stuff or has maybe assaulted one of the federal officers or so forth. They'll be taken down, they'll be cuffed. And while they're doing that, as you guys have been seeing probably, there's basically a phalanx of people that surround them and keep them safe while they're trussing somebody up and hauling them away. So that's part of the training those guys will be going through. Probably more specific training will, some of those guys and gals will be how to take people from vehicles, because we've seen vehicles try to come in and assault people with vehicles. We've seen some of that. So some of those vehicles could be stopped, and then the people in those vehicles removed and then arrested and so forth. You'll probably see same thing in some buildings where people could start firing from buildings, and then you'll have a QRF basically will assault the building, take the building down. They'll if that happens where there's live fire coming from buildings or from building tops and so forth, you'll have the National Guard trained to actually react with real weapons. Right. So this is coming. This is probably something that's already been readied for to a great extent. I think if it really got out of control, that the military, the regular military that are trained like special forces and so forth, would actually get involved. So that's what we're going to see going forward. So some of the National Guard, which is easier for the president to basically push out the National Guard forces and so forth. But for regular, thank you. But for regular military, it's a little bit different unless there's a national emergency, which Juan said that might be called soon, a national emergency. So what would cause a national emergency to be called? All right, think about the SNAP program. So the SNAP program doesn't look like it's going to get funded. So you're going to have a lot of people have already said that they're going to get their food. They're going to steal it from stores, steal it from people, hold people up, take their money from them when they go to the ATMs and so forth. If they don't pass anything after tomorrow, guys, I would highly recommend that you don't go shopping this weekend, right? And you don't go out and go to the ATM. Don't blow this off, all right? Don't be a wise guy and think Mike doesn't know what he's talking about, right? I absolutely know what I'm talking about because I've been in combat zones quite a bit, guys. We could very, very easily see combat zones in our cities very soon after this SNAP program, if it doesn't go through. I would be surprised if it doesn't, but it could be another one of those things that the Trump administration is willing to let this go through so that people can see just how evil and corrupt the Democrat Party is. It needs to go away, and this could be one of those things. Of course, they're already trying to spin it like it's the Republicans' fault, although the Republicans have been trying over and over again to pass some kind of bill to just target the funding for the SNAP program. So the Democrats are like, no, we get everything we want, or we don't want anything for anyone. So another thing they may be looking at is the National Guard not being funded as well. We saw that hurricane that went across the very east tip of Jamaica. It almost like it was targeting Guantanamo. All right, so they evacuated Guantanamo. Probably kept a few. I'm sure they kept some personnel there. You always do, but for the most part, they evacuated. Now, what are they trying to do? The deep state are they? Because they know, and probably some people have already gone to Guantanamo and trials and so forth. Are they trying to destroy Guantanamo? Who knows? But whatever. Maybe it's just a little, Juan talked about it too in our show. Maybe it's just a poke at the people that are doing that, because they know that it's coming for them. So they're gonna put up resistance, wherever they can. One of the resistances is for the Democrat Party, which is basically their puppets. The complete Democrat Party is a puppet of the deep state, and they're gonna continue to resist at all cost. supplying money for the federal government so they can pay the military and the National Guard and the SNAP program, so that they, in the eyes of the Democrats and those people that are consciously compromised, will believe it's the Republicans' fault, right? Because they should have just let the Democrats have whatever they wanted, right? And fund whatever they want. Transgender operations, whatever, whenever, as long as we get our food, it doesn't matter. All right. So that's one of the things that's going to be, probably used by the Democrats until at some point when the Democrats are finally gone, it won't be a problem anymore. Until that time, we're going to continue to see this stuff. All right. So Maryland Democrat indicted on extortion charges for allegedly putting hidden cameras out to use maybe an extortion against her opponent. So her political foe, she was concerned about Attar, Attar, Senator, Maryland State Senator, Dahlia Attar, Democrat from Baltimore, has been hit with federal charges of extortion and conspiracy after she allegedly concocted a plan to plant hidden cameras on a political enemy to obtain blackmail. So this is also something we're seeing in Utah, and something we're seeing in Hawaii, and something we're also seeing in Oregon, and possibly coming up in Colorado, where these Democrats and rhinos and so forth are being exposed for election fraud and so forth. So it goes on to say, Attar was concerned about a political foe saying negative things about her during her 2022 campaign for the House of Delegates, and planned to use hidden camera footage to expose an affair, according to the Washington Post. The unnamed foe, identified only as victim 1, was a consultant who had worked with Attar in the past. They reportedly had a falling out. However, after working together during an earlier campaign back in 2018, Attar, who was the first Orthodox Jewish woman to serve in the state Senate, wasn't alone in the scheme either. Her brother, Joseph Attar, a real estate developer in Baltimore, was also identified in the indictment, along with Kalman G. Finkelstein, who was the first Orthodox Jewish officer in the Baltimore Police Department since the 1960s, the Washington Post reported. Her brother and Finkelstein are charged with 8 counts related to extortion and wiretapping. So the indictment outlined how the defendants allegedly sought to plant hidden cameras and a smoke detector within an apartment that the former consultant was using to make recordings of her and another victim. So a lot of this stuff is starting to be exposed. It's going to start to come out, I think, hot and heavy. And it's what does SNAP stand for? Caroline, look it up and let us all know. So, all right. So I don't know off the top of my head. It is something about food, right? So SNAP. You guys ask me simple questions you can find out yourself, but Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, right? So in Louisiana, threat of lost SNAP food benefits is rattling the vulnerable. As SNAP cuts loom, there are food assistance resources helping fight food insecurity. Some states are saying they're not going to do anything. Walmart addresses social media rumors that it will close stores when SNAP benefits stop. Right. So I'm sure they're saying they're going to stay open, even though they're probably going to be targeted, guys. Walmart will definitely be targeted. If this thing goes on into the weekend, it's basically people are going to snap. All right. You're going to have snapping, right? Snap people snapping. All right. They're going to snap mentally, and they just won't care. All right, they want their sodas, they want their Fritos, and all that stuff. And if they can't get them, they're gonna like riot, right? So, all right, so be heads up, guys. I'm telling you, don't f around with this. If this goes down, if they don't get their money, if they don't get their SNAP, if they're not snappy with their SNAP, and I'm kind of joking around a little bit, but it could be deadly serious. All right, Utah's election system under fire. All right, so this is something that Juan brought out, and I already signed up for it. Anyone can sign up for it. It's a class action. So after reviewing the brief below, should you wish to be party to the class action suit, please send us your name and email by submitting the form below. So blow it up, guys. Join a class action. This is worded, Juan said, and I started reading a little bit of it. It's worded so that this could be used throughout the United States, in every state, every county, you name it. Where there was election fraud, we know there was election fraud, this could potentially be used. All right, so I'm gonna click on this. You can click on this yourself. This is by Tracy Halverson, Sophie Anderson, Nancy Inman, Stephen Huber, Wayne Wickizer, and Daniel Newby. So they're going after the governor. This action targets a racketeering enterprise within Utah, orchestrated by defendants, including Governor Spencer Cox and Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, to manipulate Utah's election laws from 2016 to 2024 by unlawfully certifying candidates who sought nomination through signature gathering under Utah Code, blah, blah, blah. All right, so this is some serious stuff, because we know this was done in every state during the 2020 election and has been used since, as they're pointing out here, even all the way up into 2024. So a lot of different states, like we were talking about, are probably going to be able to use this. Now, if you go at the bottom of this page, it says apply to join our class action suit. It's got a little form there. I've already filled it out. All that is your name, your email, phone number, send it in, and boom. All right, so very, very easy. Thank you for taking time to fill out this form. So go to the site, utahcorruption.com, and you can go through any part in here that you find interesting. It's quite large, all of the different paper. I guess lots and lots, right? So it has some very interesting. So I guess there's some exhibits. Before Utah passed legislation known as Bill 54, Utah election law gave political parties freedom to choose how they would nominate candidates for general election. And I guess they corrupted that and did some bad things, right? So it looks like some people are going to get spanked, guys. We're going to start to see some of these people probably in a lot of these governorships go to jail, right? If this thing goes through, it's going to be game on. So Janet, you're up in Northern California somewhere. I'm not going to say where, but you're saying Walmart closed here over a year ago. How about that? Wow. All right. So they won't have to worry about getting raided. Right. So anyway, yeah, Salvatore, absolutely. Hope so. We all hope so. Right. So it looks like it's moving in the right direction, guys. I'm very, very excited about it. Of course, Mitt Romney was senator there in Utah, and he was roundly booed. I played that in a show a couple days ago. So he was at the GOP convention, Utah GOP convention, and he was like anti-Trump. He was a bad man. He was a very bad man, on many different levels. All right. So I think he's going to, I don't know where he's at. We haven't heard from him for a while. Hopefully he was having to hunker down there in Guantanamo when the hurricane came over. They were going to let him go. Right. So it's okay. You'll be safe in the bowels of Guantanamo Mit. So I don't know. He's probably out there running around. But he needs to be there. He deserves to be there. Right. He is a really bad man. All right. I'm going to share this screen on this. I'm kind of skeptical of this. Maybe it did happen, so I don't want to step over bounds here. This was an actual thing to happen, but this is something that has been exposed as far as people. I would not trust anything in Arizona. Anything. All right. We know Arizona is corrupt to the hilt, guys. All right. They need to do election fraud in Arizona bad. They need bad election fraud in Arizona. And money laundering through Maricopa County, that's already been exposed. So through the cartels. All right. So father to be was single punch to Arizona just weeks before his son's birth. So this is the guy that punched him, allegedly threw a punch that caused Pizzatola to suffer a fatal brain injury. All right, so I don't know if it was a sucker punch or what it was, but they got into a fight. Here he is with his wife expecting. They got the pictures, ultrasound pictures there. All right, this is weeks before his demise. So there's a GoFundMe for her. Kristen, his wife, Krisan, Krisan, Krisan. So 5 suspects. I guess they were, this guy was at a bar. He and his buddies got a little out of control, probably had a little too much to drink, and they kicked him out of the bar. So they're outside, and they're already a little feisty out there, and so it sounds like somebody got bumped, and then the fight started. So 5 suspects: Julia Husser, 27; Krista Molina, 27; Tony Becker, 26; Mark Whitford, 23; and Menezes were arrested. That's the guy who threw the punch. Last Wednesday, police confirmed. While the rest of the crew was booked on varying assault charges, court records show. All right. So here he is, handsome guy, looks super healthy. All he ever wanted to be was the best father ever and the best husband, Krisan said, but he wasn't finished. So I guess around, he was at the bar, and she texted him or something. It says, I texted him that I had gotten home, and he texted me back and said that he wished that I was there, but that he was so proud of me for staying home and taking care of our baby boy, and that he loved me, Krisan told the outlet. So this happened in Scottsdale. This is the most upscale area of Arizona, very, very high-end area. So I'm just super suspect of the whole thing. And maybe it happened the way it's described. I don't know. So it's about 3:30. I saw that his location changed to the emergency room and dropped everything. So you're like at home at 3:30 waiting, right? So I've talked to some people, and people took my advice, right? But unfortunately, they didn't take my advice and go with Dr. Kirk Elliott, right? And I think they got had, right? Bigly, right? So Dr. Kirk Elliott has front end loaded the amount that he charges. So in the back end, so for me, my silver has tripled, from what I've started out with, tripled in price. So I'm very happy. I know it's going to like triple again, quadruple, quintuple, and sextuplet, whatever. So it's gonna keep going. All right. 10x. I think it's got a 10x in it, maybe even more, guys. So it's under 50 right now. It's like around skirting 48. It's built a nice little, I think it bottomed, pulled back because it was hot. It was very hot. And so was gold. They ran hot and heavy fast, and they need a little rest, right? Need to take a little break and catch their breath. And I think now they've caught their breath, and they're like getting back up to the line, getting ready to charge out again, guys. So just be heads up that this is a buying opportunity with gold and silver right now. I've always recommended silver. Definitely want to be in silver. And I think it's like the most incredible opportunity, and it's so easy to invest in it. But again, I've seen that some silver shops, or not silver, but coin shops and so forth. That's where you trade in your coins, your silver, your gold, whatever. They're not taking, some of them aren't taking silver right now because I guess like what they do is they take some of the silver, like the junk silver, 90% or less, and basically they'll take it. They'll take your silver plates, they'll take your silver jewelry, and they'll send it to like these places that basically melt it down and take all the impurities out of it, all the alloys that could be in it. You know, it's not 100% silver, so they like take all that out. They go through a smelting process, whatever. And those smelters or whatever are like going full bore. They're working 7 days a week. And so they're at this point, some of them aren't taking anything else, guys. If you have US Mint coin or like Canadian or whatever, any mint coins of any, other like Canadian, English, Aussie, what do they call those little birds? Those little, can't think of their names, but they like had those birds on the Aussie coins. I thought they're pretty cool. And so if you're kind of into all those coins, you've collected them over the years, you could probably take those in and trade them in at some point. I would not do that now, but if, you get kookaburra, thank you, A-Dub. So kookaburras. Kookaburra sits in the old gum tree, blah, 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 blah. So that's all I know about that. So I used to sing that as a kid, but I guess I didn't sing it enough because that's all I remember. All right, so or is it a kiwi? Could be the kiwi. Kookaburra, I think they have both actually. Kiwi and the kookaburra. Those are fun. All right. So I used to do collectibles, guys, when it's time to like cash in and everybody's cashing in, and the market's moving fast one way or the other. You're not going to get a good price for those collectibles. You're going to get whatever it is, silver is in it, or you can go try and sell it yourself. All right. So just get the coins, or have some of the coins on you in a good amount, because it could be good for bartering in the future if shit goes to hell. And it could be also a way that you could have quick cash if you need it going forward. If you lose your job, whatever. Hope you don't, but that's another reason why you want to get these. Get bars. That's right, Matt. So you want to have as high ounce bars. 5, 10 ounce bars are good to have. So that's really the way to go. You don't need to have fancy coins. They're not puffins. No, I don't know about puffins, but maybe there's some out there. I haven't seen them. Dimes. Yeah, you're talking about junk silver. Junk silver is like 90% silver. And like I said, that's going to be tough, I think. And even with the junk silver guys, you're not going to get the same amount as you would with a full ounce or with 5 or 10 ounce bars, right? Or more, whatever, 100 ounce bars, whatever. I have 1,000 ounce bars with Dr. Kirk Elliott, lots of them. So, although those are hard to come by now. So you still get with Dr. Kirk Elliott, because if you did 1,000 ounce bars, you would get a certain very, very nice price. So the higher ounce bars that you get, the less you're going to pay for the silver per ounce, because every one of those coins have to be stamped, and it takes more, smelting and, stuff. And so it's all fancy, and you're going to pay for that. So with the bars, it's, they just pour it and put a little, 99.99 points, whatever, pure, and then you're good, right? And maybe they'll stamp, where it comes from. So that's all it is. So it's cheaper per ounce that way. So if you do the 1 ounce coins, if you're doing, like if you go to the US Mint right now and buy a 1 ounce, I think I don't know what it is right now. It's probably close to $100, if not more. It's ridiculous. You don't ever want to go through the US Mint anymore, right? Unless you just have to do it. That's the way I used to get all my coins. I learned the hard way. But you can buy them through different dealers or go to a coin shop and get the best deal, right? But the ultimate best deal is to go with Dr. Kirk Elliott, because like I said, I talked with some people over the weekend or last week when I was at LifeWave conference in Anaheim, and I was talking to some very, very incredible people. And they said, "Yep, I took your advice. I got silver." And I said, "Who'd you get it with?" And they're telling me, and I said, "Well, what'd you pay?" And I was like, oh, I didn't want to tell them you got effed. Right? I didn't want to tell them, but there's some people out there who got totally effed, guys, and might be some of you. Right? If you didn't go with Dr. Kirk Elliott, went with another group. I don't know. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. He'll give some insight on that. Remember, it's a free consultation with Dr. Kirk Elliott, right? And he and his team aren't going to steer you wrong. They're just going to give you the straight up facts, what you can do, what you can't do, how you can move money. If you're somewhere else in the world, how you can invest, as long as it stays in the depository, because he's not going to ship overseas. He doesn't ship overseas, but he does ship in the United States. I've gotten gold bars and gold coins from him just to get my own little stash going, right? Just in case, I need to run, right? And I need money. All right. So that's what Go XRP. Yeah. See how that works for you going forward. But that's gonna, because it was down big today. It was down huge today. I think there's still a little bit down. Maybe tomorrow the stock market's gonna be back up because Amazon and Apple came out with some good results. Today it was down pretty hard. Crypto was down super hard. I've been saying that I felt like the stock market needed a pullback before it goes to like its ultimate highs. So we may still see that, or we may not. So again, this market is way out of control, guys. I can tell you what the charts say, what common sense says. Common sense says this thing should have never gone up back in 2008, all right? 2009. It should have kept going down, should have bottomed to a good extent and then gone sideways and then start to build up naturally. So now it's got to crash, and it's got to crash massively, right? So we're going to continue to see this thing, whipsaw up and down, because that's what happens towards the end. Now you look at, and this is happening around the world, you look at the stock market in Japan, and until 2 years ago, it hadn't seen its all-time high back before 2020, 2000, right? When we had our stock market bubble crash, right? Right. And the NASDAQ went down 80%. So with them, I think it went down the same, and it stayed down for like, I don't know, it's like over 20 years, right? And then it started to gradually come back up. And now it's at like all-time highs. What was it back then? I think it was like, I think the high was like, I just remember it was 3666. Yeah, it had 666 in it, of course. And it liked it. And once it crashed, I think it was like 98 or 99. It crashed before our stock market did. It didn't come back for like 20 years. You didn't see that high again. And now it's at 51,000, right? So all-time highs for stock markets all over the world. But it's not going to last, guys. And crypto, it's going to get spanked. You've seen crypto today with the stock market crashing, NASDAQ crashing today. I say crash, but it was down, almost 1.5%, whatever it was. And crypto was down a lot more. Now it was a tattletale to me because I saw crypto like 1 or 2 days ago started to go down. And it's like, why is it going down when the NASDAQ's going up? I bet it's telegraphing. And sure enough, it was, because the day NASDAQ went down pretty hard. Now it's super overbought. The NASDAQ, S&P, Dow, they're all super overbought. Yesterday, they all hit all-time highs, right? So it pulled back today. Looks like it may get a pop again tomorrow. Will it pull back? If we look at the indicators from past market cycles, it should get a pullback. So whatever. I mean, for some of you, like, I don't care. I'm not in the stock market anyway, whatever. So, but it does make a difference, because when that stock market goes down, it's going to go down 50%. And then it'll get a little pop, and then it'll eventually go down. And it will be down, guys, 85 to 90% in my estimation. We'll see a 1929 type crash. So that will have massive reverberations throughout all of society. And you just need to be aware of that. So that's why you need to be in silver, because you'll be able to weather it. And maybe if you have enough silver, you'll be able to be super profitable, right? Where you can buy up real estate that's going pennies on the dollar from what it was. Real estate's already crashing everywhere. I said this would happen back in 2022, and they pumped the stock market up. It should have gone down in 2022, back in October, and then it turned around, just went up and kept going up, right? So they manipulated it up, and all of you crypto bros, all right, I guess you could call me a crypto or not a silver bro, silver and gold bro, but you crypto bros and you market bros, you're going to get spanked, guys. And then you're going to be looking at, I wish I'd listened to you, and I wish I'd been a silver bro. All right, so you're going to find out. You're going to F around, you're going to find out, guys. All right, so if you're not silver, you're going to wish on the other side of this in about a year or so, probably, or maybe less, that you had listened. All right. So now I know a lot of you ladies out there, you've told me how you got your husbands into silver. That's good. And there's some of you have just like given up on your husbands and just put your own money into silver. Good for you. Some of you have done really well, and your husbands are looking like, dang, all right. Because, yeah, the stock market's up, but the stock market isn't up as much as silver, not even close, right? So silver's up like 70%, or when it was at its high. I don't know what it is, probably pull back a little bit since then. But it'll go a lot higher. It'll be over 100% this year, right? And stock market over the last 3 years, maybe and this has been incredible stock market returns. even over the last 3 years, is probably, no matter where your money was, it's not going to hit 100%, right? I don't know. So some of you crypto bros like me, you've done really well. Good for you. But you're holding on for dear life. You're hodling, and you're going to get spanked with that, right? I'm 100%, right? So we'll find out. So even the guys that do the crypto stuff have said, and they're the guys that I follow that have done like tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in crypto, they're saying there's going to be a turnaround and it's going to be catastrophic, right? So you guys can believe what you want. You believe outside of reality all you want, but eventually it's going to catch up to you and you're going to lose it all, right? So it's up to you. Take advantage of this pullback. If you're a crypto bro, add to your positions, because it's probably going to go up a little bit more before it's all over. It's better to get out early. It's much better to get out early. And if you're looking for verification of that, all you need to do is look at Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett has been getting out for a long time now, right? The Buffett indicator, which is when Warren Buffett gets out of the stock market on a massive scale, and I think he's out on the most massive scale ever. That's an indicator that things are going to go bad, right? So the Buffett indicator is flashing red, right? You got a little bit left, guys, but this is going to be for those that aren't paying attention. It's going to be devastating for you, your families, everybody. All right. So get into silver. All right. Convert your crypto right now into silver. Convert your stock into silver. All right. But yeah, I'm not an expert, although I've done exceptionally well, and I've proven to a lot of people that I've been right about silver, right? So, and I'm not going to be right about everything. You have to do your own research. You have to trust your own intuition, but I'm right about a lot of stuff. All right. So silver going to explode. Now, there's a lot more on the horizon that could really, crash everything early. If we get a major, which I think is on the cusp, we're on the cusp of major earth changes, massive earthquakes, volcanic activity, and so forth. If something really kicks off, guys, like if right off the coast of Oregon, we get the tsunami, hit the California coast and it wipes out millions of people, that's going to be a devastating event that is going to probably crash markets around the world, potentially. And wars have gone off. JFK, when he was shot, stock market went up. So that's because we started going into Vietnam into war, right? So I don't know. You can never anticipate, anything with the stock market. It'll go up when you know it's going to go down, and when you know it's going to go down, it'll go up, right? So, sell California to China, please. Well, it's already been done. China already owns California, right? Thank you, Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi, and who else? What was that one senator that just died recently? Anyway, there's so many baddies in California. There's Feinstein, yeah, Dianne Feinstein. She had a Chinese driver, Maxine Waters. Yeah, she's baddie. Feinstein, right, Norman? So I probably heard you say it. Wayne, good job. So some of you guys will say this, and I'll hear you in my mind, because we got. I'm telepathic. All right, so just send it to me. So I know some of you yell it at the screen, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got it. I hear it. So Some people tell me I'm yelling at the screen. I'm like, yeah, I probably got it. So it probably came through. All right. So if there's a war, they're trying to start wars. Deep state wants war. The Masons and all those guys and the deep state, Kazarian Mafia, you name it, all the baddies out there. They all want war. They've been predicting. They've been trying to push a war, War III, for a long time. It's Barbara Boxer, evil too, yeah. So you're going to have a lot of push in that direction. If it does seem like it's kicking in that direction, yeah, I have hope for California too. I think once the tsunami cleans most of California up, we can rebuild it. I hope California doesn't get by a tsunami. I don't wish that on anyone or anything. I have love for everyone, and even the bad people, right? So you give them love, and sometimes it works out pretty good for them because they go away. Works out pretty good for us because they go away. Just ask Osama bin Laden. He went away because I sent him a lot of love, right? And who else went away? And that was Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and who's running after Biden? Kamala. So I had to go that slow because Kamala is like that. She's got the cackling Kamala. And there's a goddess that does that, I guess. She's named after a goddess. That's a cackling goddess. It's like crazy when you look deeper into this stuff. So anyway, I sent them all love, and they're all gone. Right? So a lot of you guys think, I can't send them love. Well, look what I did with love. All those people are gone that were baddie, right? So send the baddies love, guys. And don't go, I send them love. No, it's not that kind of love. It's God's love, right? Unconditional God love, right? Send it. It's powerful, right? I know it's hard, but if you practice it, and the way you practice it is you go to the store and you see people, send them love, 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 love. But don't look at them and go, love. Like I did that one time. That's how I started. I was like that's how I thought love was about, love, love. So I was doing that to people, and people were like, sir, what the F are you? Why are you looking at me like? So, oh, maybe that's not a good thing. So I'll just think it. Yeah, hello. So you have to learn how to do that at some level, guys. If you're having trouble doing it, do it on the basic level and just send everything love. Send your plants love, send your computer love, just send the love, right? Send your food love before you eat it. Yeah, duh. That's why we say prayers over it, right? Well, not everybody does, but that's what they did the Last Supper, right? And you're like, well, that didn't work out too good for Yeshua. Yeah, but kind of did. He had a mission, and he did a good job. And because of his sacrifices, right? Not because he was sacrificed, but because of his outgoing desire to serve humanity. We'll look at it like that. It's much better, I believe. He was able to really imprint humanity on a great level. And a lot of you guys, myself included, look towards Yeshua in a very favorable way. And I'm just talking about it, I'm getting like chills all over my body. So I know a lot of you guys get the same experience. Of course, I've got past life stuff with Yeshua, right? So a little bit outside of most of your realm, so I won't go into that, but it's pretty amazing stuff. All right. So, going forward, we're going to see, I think, like I talked about at the beginning of the show, with the National Guard being trained, quick reaction forces to come into cities, I believe, to handle problems that are coming. I talked about this with Juan. I started talking about it on the show. Juan overheard me talking about it. At the end of the show, we started talking about it again. So let's look at what's going on down in Brazil.
Now, of course, the governor of Rio saying that this is war is putting pressure, is supposed to be putting pressure on the national government to send out more military support, which...
All right, so we don't have that problem with President Trump. He's front-loading this. He's proactive, not reactive. All right, so there were forces that went in to go after the drug cartels that come from Venezuela, and in Brazil, they stole the election from Bolsonaro, who was basically the South American Trump. They stabbed him in his run-up to his first election. He was very popular, although the left really came after him hard during his administration. He absolutely, just like Trump did, win his second election. They stole it from him. And Lulu, who was basically the guy that the left wanted to put in there, the Venezuelan cartels wanted to put in there, just like they wanted Venezuelan cartels wanted Joe Biden in office. That's what Juan said. He said that the same people that put Lulu in and took down Bolsonaro was the same people that put Biden in and took down Trump. So that's why President Trump is going to take down Maduro in Venezuela, guys, because that's where all of this stems from. And when that happens, then Brazil will probably be freed. And what we're seeing, like I'm talking about with election stealing and this countrywide, push by Utah, thank you, Utah, which is going to expose election fraud on a massive level. And then it can be exposed in every state, right? And this could start to push around the world, because Juan said there were 71 countries that had unfair elections, where the elections were stolen. 71 countries. So it starts with Venezuela, and then it starts to move from there, right? So the gang violence that you're seeing right there was probably going to come to Chicago, was probably going to come to LA, was probably going to come to Portland, and several other cities are up as well. But because of President Trump's proactivity, he may have stopped it out or lessen the impact that it's going to have. So this is very important, very, very important going forward, right? So crazy stuff going on in Rio right now.
Now, the fact that, I'm simply focusing on the rhetoric coming from the governor, because an operation that started...
All right, so Lulu is, he wouldn't put in troops to help those guys. Wow, look at that sky back there. That's amazing. Let me turn my main light off. Woo, that's some beautifulness. It's a beautiful, beautiful sky back there. All right, so Lulu's wouldn't send in troops to help those guys. So there in Rio, what they were doing is the local police and law, military and so forth were going after as you saw there, we're going after the cartels. I've seen reports. And that's probably a low figure. That's gonna, I think it's very, very possible we'll have the same thing happen. And I've been saying this for years now. I didn't know how it was going to come. I still don't know how it's going to come. If it's going to come from this, the cartel's really going to start to kick it off. If President Trump and quick reactive forces start to move in and start to take down some of these cartels, which they've already started to do. and you're having governors and mayors that are saying, how dare President Trump come in and take away these innocent people, right? So again, if we find that these governors and mayors, through election fraud, are in office, they're going to get yanked, right? And then we're going to start putting people in that are completely open and will be helpful, just like we saw in Memphis. They wanted President Trump to come in, and they're having great results in Memphis right now. And the ICE and other groups that are seizing some of these drug cartels that are in Memphis are having great results. Same thing in DC. All right, so we're having great results, but going forward, it's going to be hit or miss. Some cities are going to be open to it, and some cities are going to push back. Some cities are just so corrupt, it's going to take a long time to clean them up. All right, and when I say long time, it could be years, and it could be just back and forth for years. Some will be very quick, like we're seeing in DC, like we're seeing in Memphis, because I saw this one black gentleman that was like, I thought it was all bullshit. I was against President Trump, but I'm seeing things happen that I can't not speak out about. That this is good. This is good for my community here in Memphis, right? So that's what we're seeing. Real people are seeing real results, and then those people that are consciously compromised are going to push back no matter what. We know that. Some people are just going to be that way, right? And I don't even know if that's a real person anymore. If they're like just a, I don't know, some thing without a soul. Right? So, anyway, we're going to see this thing really, really take off, I think, and move in the right direction. So, looking forward to seeing more of this happen. It'll be quite substantial. The results we're going to have. And again, we're going to see a financial system collapse because it's corrupt. We're going to see the judicial system collapse because it's corrupt. We're going to see a lot of the social media platforms will collapse because they're corrupt. This one included that I'm broadcasting from right now. We'll see probably, of course, Big Farm. It's already been exposed on several different levels. A lot of people seeing problems with a lot of this stuff, but there'll be pushback that will continue. I'm seeing pushback. I promote LifeWave. It is extremely effective, miraculous, but there's pushback. There's pushback from Big Pharma and other forces that don't want that information to get out to you, right? Because they know that it's transforming people's lives on many different levels, right? So LifeWave patches, get into the description box. Go look at the videos, inform yourself. Don't just take all the thousands of people that I've had that have had miracles on my Miracle Monday shows. Don't take for granted that, I've had incredible results, and I've been talking about it for 3 years, and there's nothing else that I've promoted more than LifeWave, right? So, because it's extremely beneficial. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Leo Zagavi. A brand new book out, The Secrets of, the Illuminati. Now we have The Rise and Fall of a Frankish Monster, exposing Jeffrey Epstein and the most powerful Jewish sect in the world. Wow. This is a much needed conversation.
Yes, as you know, with the volume 12, which you mentioned, the Confessions of the Illuminati series came to an end, at least for the time being. While instead I'm now starting a new series of essays dedicated to topics of interest within, the sectarian reality, often close to the Vatican. And this subject is a very particular one, and I must say also a very challenging one, because as you know, a lot of people have been discussing the Jeffrey Epstein case in the last few years. So, people will be wondering, what is Leo adding to all this? Well, I'm adding a unique perspective, which is digging deep into the ancestry, the family roots of each of the participants. And not only, of course, Jeffrey Epstein, who is Jewish, comes from Europe, of Russian, Ukrainian origins. Podolia, some say, also elements come from Germany, but we have also Ghislaine Maxwell, whose father was known as Robert Maxwell, but in reality his name was completely different. He took the surname Maxwell because he was known as Jan Ludwig Iman Benjamin Ock, and he started working for the British Secret Service, and at that point the leader in the 1930s of the most important network of spies infiltrating communism and subversive groups was called Maxwell Knight, and for that reason he decided to call himself Maxwell and change his surname. So even his surname was a tribute to that. But aside from that, there has been always a lot of discussions now on how did Jeffrey Epstein become Jeffrey Epstein. And nobody gives you a clear answer. Nobody gives you a clear answer, because to have a clear answer, you need to do another kind of investigation. And in the end, you will arrive to the answers, like the Meta Group, which also, by the way, controls IPAC. There's a lot of talk these days about IPAC and so on, but nobody really knows much about the Meta Group, which was founded by people like Leslie Lex Wexner, the guy who, of course, we know him because of Victoria's Secret.
Yeah.
But this is a group of very important people, the Mega Group, which they constituted a sort of influential group of Jewish entrepreneurs, which we can consider the modern heirs to groups like the Illuminati. But having said that,
today, Leo, there was an article in the American Conservative, the pro-Israel billionaire behind Jeffrey Epstein, and just like you just mentioned, Les Wexner, who was
in my book there is much more,
yeah.
Because in my book I explain, first of all, who are all these people, their family ancestry, and Lex Wexner founded this group called the Mega Group in 1991 with people like Steven Spielberg, Charles Bronfman, Edgar Bronfman, Max Fisher. When you say all these names, people don't really know their history. So what I do in this book is been actually regarded by journalist colleagues who have had the possibility to already have a look at my book, like Ferruccio Pinotti in Italy, who had conducted some research on the Sabatian Frankist in connection with the Italian banking system and the very foundations of Italian capitalism. And he was like, Leo, this is really what was missing from the Epstein research on the Epstein case. And when I say Frankist monster, and I put Jeffrey Epstein as being part Dr. Frankenstein, part the monster creature that Dr. Frankenstein created, which we all call, usually referred to as Frankenstein. He never has really a name. Mary Shelley never really gave a name, but we all call him Frankenstein. Frankenstein is itself referred to the Sabbatean Frankist and to Jacob Frank. It was Rabbi Marvin Antelman who described the significance of Frankenstein, which, aside from being based on an alchemist who, of course, did experiments and all that, is actually also based on Jacob Frank. Jacob Frank was, now for all those people who are following me, I want to start from the very beginning, Michael, so we can not confuse our audience with 1,000 names, because of course, when you read the book, it's over 300 pages and people can go deep into it. But I want to summarize.
True to form, Leo, I was reading the first pages of the first chapter, and the reveal on Israel pedophilia is over the top. We should stop all relations with Israel just on the first couple pages. If people read the first couple pages, like, we got to stop relations with Israel right now. Oh my God.
Yeah, well, but first of all, we need to understand that this book is built on the premises that it doesn't need to be anti-Semitic in any way, or even anti-Israel, because Israel is a reality that can't be simply scrapped off the face of the map. And once you read the whole book and you understand what the Sabbatean Frankists did to the Jewish people, basically forcing them to go to what today we call Israel, we see that the first victims of the whole thing that then developed in terrible acts like the Holocaust, the worst crime ever happened in the history of humanity, is all because of this sect within Judaism. It was, you see, the idea for this book, which is a controversial book, but I had to read it in my head before writing it. I had to actually develop the idea, and it was inspirational for me to have some very dear Jewish friends, people like Roseanne Barr, who introduced me to some other people in Israel, rabbis who came to me and talked to me about their problems within Judaism. And Roseanne Barr told me the worst enemies are the Jews. The worst enemies of the Jews are the Jews. And when she said that, and when she introduced me to the concept of the Hereb Rab, which is this group of magicians who followed Moses into the desert, they were the magicians of the Pharaoh who saw the wonders of Moses and said, wow, we need to follow this guy. They were the ones who inspired the worship of the golden calf, which made Moses so crazy he broke down the 10 Commandments and then had to go back up. So here we are talking about first of all, I want to make it very clear for all the people who are watching us. This book is not about taking sides against a race. The enemy is not a specific race. It's a little bit when I wrote books like Volume 12 about the Jesuits. Being against the Jesuits doesn't mean that you are necessarily against all Catholics in the world. Maybe they are the first victims, though, of the Jesuits. The same thing can be said for the Muslims, because most Muslims don't even know that most of their leaders belong to Freemasonry, to other secret societies. And so, for me, it's very important to clear this with your audience, because there is so much anti-Semitism at the moment, so much confusion, so much hate, so much division in our society. And to add to that is not a good thing. So I'm sure that there will be people that will come to me and say, why did you write this book? This book is going to actually help the people who hate Israel or hate the Jews. But when you actually read this book and you understand it, especially the Jews who know very well how I respect their culture, how I respect Judaism, and how I explain how it was infiltrated, manipulated, well, then it's actually a service that I'm making to my Jewish friends here in America, in Israel, and around the world. When there is, because I tend to you see, with the other books, Confessions of an Illuminati, it was my confessions,
right,
and of course my experiences. Here, I want to be very careful about what I say, to not be misunderstood for those people who have not read the book yet. This book is challenging. I repeat, is challenging, because when you understand, and this is proven, that the Zionists made a deal with Adolf Hitler called the Transfer Agreement. That is something that people outside of Judaism, outside the Jewish community, know. It took an investigation by a guy called Edwin Black, who wrote a whole book about it. And finally, they understood it was an historical truth. But you understand here, we're talking about the basis of one of the worst tragedies in human history. And the fact that there is organizations like B'nai B'rith. B'nai B'rith, people say, B'nai B'rith is another form of Freemasonry. And it is another form of Freemasonry. And I explain how it was born. And I explain also the compromises they did. I also explain in this book that before the French Revolution, of course, we all know about the Illuminati of Adam Weishaupt. But very few people know there was a secret society built by the Illuminati that opened for the first time the lodges of Freemasonry to the Jews, that became the first Illuminati order controlled by the Sabbatean Frankists. It was actually a direct relative of this Jacob Frank guy. But first of all, just to summarize what this whole thing is, the heresy that we call Sabbatean Frankists, because if we don't explain that, I think that most people here will be like completely confused about the whole thing. Now, within Judaism, there is a belief that you are still expecting a Messiah. They haven't accepted Jesus, so they are still waiting for a Messiah. Okay? Now, in the 17th century, this guy called Sabbatai Zevi declared himself to be the Messiah. And half of the Jews in Europe believed he was the genuine Messiah, until the Sultan, the guy who controlled the Ottoman Empire, forced him to convert to Islam in the year 1666. And most people will think that will be the end of the story. No, that is the beginning of the story, because in 1666, the guy officially converts to Islam, but continues to practice his heresy. His heresy wasn't any kind of heresy. The heresy born Adolf Shabbatai Zevi, and then a century later by Jacob Frank, who claimed to be his reincarnation, and all those occult practices that later on people like Aleister Crowley, before him Madame Blavatsky, Eliphas Levi, the guy who invented the word occultism, all these people were connected to the Sabbatean Frankists. And in my book, I show the receipts for these assertions, for this. It's not just, like a conspiracy theory. It's facts proven by historical and academic research, because I am going against the most powerful sect ever, that nobody ever has even the courage to mention in today's world.
Yeah.
Because in today's world, Michael,
so many people have gotten shut down. Tucker Carlson, you name it. They mention we need to look at this, and bam, get hammered. So yeah, you're really stepping out with this book. It's going to be good.
Well, it is good, but it's also something that I wanted to do in a way that it will not be possible to debunk. I'm going to show the cover, the full cover of the book here. You can share it on the screen. So you can maybe, here it is. Now, this is, of course, the full cover. It's not only the front cover that you have on the Kindle, but it's also, of course, the back cover that you have on the paperback copy. And as you can see, you have this which is the temple, which everybody has seen in Little St. James, the small island, the private island that Jeffrey Epstein bought thanks to his connections. This is very important because in my book, I explain how this temple was actually based on a famous Sabbatean Frankist meeting ground, a bathhouse. And this is already, something that starts to be shocking for a lot of people. Like they will think, oh, but this is a really like a direct connection of sorts. Yeah, it's a direct connection. A public bathhouse located in Aleppo, Syria, named Hammam Yalbuga. You go in my book and you can see the pics of the place in Aleppo, which is now an historical place, by the way, and the place built by Jeffrey Epstein, and you see that they are the same. Maybe you can find some reference on the internet about it. But what happens is this bathhouse was meeting ground for one of the most influential communities of the Dommeh. The Dommeh were those Muslims, fake Muslims, crypto Jews, who after Sabbatai Zevi had converted, continued as Sabbateans in disguise, but professing outwards the Islamic faith. This is not the first time that the Jews were forced, when they went into an heretical modality, to do that. Previously in history, already the Marranos had done it in Spain when they were persecuted in Spain. But the important thing is here, Frankenstein, because people will tell me, but what is all this Frankenstein nonsense? They will think maybe it's funny. Some people will laugh about it. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein, Frankenstein. I repeat, this is the words of a rabbi. Frankenstein, the whole word has meaning in if you go through the Jewish Kabbalah. And Frankenstein is Frank, like Jacob Frank. It's not a coincidence. So Jeffrey Epstein came from the same area of Europe, prevalently Ashkenazi, but not blaming the Ashkenazi, because in this book I also proved that the first people who actually tried to fight the Sabbatean Frankist heresy were Ashkenazi rabbis. So that already gives you an understanding of the fact that we're not going here against a whole race. We're going against an ideology, a perverted form of religion, a sectarian form of religion. So Frankenstein, that now is also in the cinemas with a new movie that is, Frankenstein has been very popular in the history of cinema. And these days, the Frankenstein variant in the last few days, last few weeks, actually. So we have a kind of a synchronicity here of sorts. Jeffrey Epstein was built to be Jeffrey Epstein. He was placed there. In my book, I explain how people like of course, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, and other people of influence, like you mentioned, Les Wexner, of course, is very important. But people don't really know the history of this family. So we have to go first to the history in Eastern Europe, the origins of the Maxwell family, the Hock family, and the Epstein-Stolowski family. Now, these families are from an area that in the 17th and 18th century in Poland, parts of today's Ukraine, because, for example, Robert Maxwell was born in today's Ukraine. Jacob Frank was born in today's Ukraine. But back then, there was a whole region known as Podolia, and in those the regions that were most influenced by the Sabbatean heresy, that later became with Jacob Frank, who claimed to be the reincarnation of Sabbatai Zevi a century later, is Ukraine, smaller parts of Moldova, Slovakia, Romania, Hungary. And this outbreak of Sabbatianism is very relevant to us, to everybody who is watching us. People talk about the Rothschild. Where do you think the Rothschild come from? The Rothschild family is a product of the Sabbatian Frankist heresy. When Jacob Frank went into Frankfurt, he was received like a king. And that was also the beginning of an alliance with the Rothschild family that then developed all over Europe. And this is like the moment in which, you see, Sabbatai Zevi, of course, converted to Islam. But his successor, Jacob Frank, who was born instead in Ukraine, which at the time was like, I guess, Poland, Podolia, those areas were Catholic, where the areas where actually the Jesuits were ruling. And where they actually ended up when they were persecuted. And Jacob Frank brought 20,000 Jews to convert to the Catholic Church. In exchange, they nobilitated him. And then, initially, he forced his followers to only marry between each other, even if they had converted to the Catholic faith outwards. But when they saw that both the rabbinic authorities, as well as the Inquisition, were with their eyes on them, they had an idea. Let's marry into the most aristocratic Catholic families. And also, they had another way of taking over these families. They would ask very influential Catholic people to become their godfathers when they will be baptized in the Catholic faith. So they will take their surname. You know what that meant? Jeffrey Epstein to become a math professor without even having a degree in the middle of the 70s to a fancy school, to teach in a fancy school in New York. Let's see if you know that. Because that is a very important part of the development of Jeffrey Epstein's saga. It was Donald Barr, the father of the guy who was in charge of the DOJ when he was apparently found hanged in jail, no? Now, Donald Barr was a Sabbatian Frankist. Donald Barr wasn't a Catholic. He was born into a Jewish family. William Barr, who then became U.S. Attorney General at the time of Jeffrey Epstein's death, was brought up as a Catholic. But they come from Jewish roots, Sabbatian Jewish roots, from the city of Berdikiv, a major center of Hasidic Judaism. And this is very important because Hasidic Judaism is actually a reaction to the Sabbatian Frankist heresy. When in Judaism, the rabbis saw the rise of this heretical messiah, Sabbatai Zevi, and then eventually, of course, they saw he was no good when he converted to Islam. Most of them said, okay, now this whole thing has ended, nobody's going to follow him anymore. Instead, there was still a bunch of people who outwards converted to Islam following their Messiah Sabbatai Zevi. And then later on, a century later, Jacob Frank in Saloniki, which is a very important place, also claimed he was the reincarnation of Sabbatai Zevi. But he didn't stay within the domain Turkey. He went back to Poland, Ukraine, and that's where the Frankism part of the Sabbatian Frankism starts. Donald Barr was a Sabbatian Frankist. And that's why he converted to Catholicism. Like it was a thing for Sabbatian Frankists, for people like Jacob Frank, to follow the Hedom. He called it Hedom, the way of the Hedom, to actually convert outwards to Catholicism and in secret practice. And this secret of Donald Barr, the father of William Barr, was communicated in a book that was published a year before he employed Jeffrey Epstein in the school. It's a book called Space Relations. So you understand how contorted and twisted is this whole thing. So Jeffrey Epstein is picked up, brought into by the Sabatian Frankists as a math professor in this school, very elite school, because I mean, it's Dalton School in New York City, is an elite school. He stayed there a couple of years. He taught math and science without having a degree. And this happened a year after Donald Barr had published Space Relations, which is, if you go and read, a camouflage version of the Sabatian Frankist perverse teachings in a sci-fi version.
Wow.
And this is the father of the guy who was the head of the DOJ. It makes them a little. Now, let's make one step forward. We go at that point, 10 years later. What happens 10 years later? 10 years later, the guy who has created, who will create later on the mega group, Lex Wexner, employs Jeffrey Epstein. He gives him a building rigged of cameras, microphones, and everything in New York City and start an operation. Now, people are like, there's always this question that goes through the journalist's mind. That's why people, you know, my journalist colleagues, when they heard about my book, is wow, you're going maybe a bit too far with this one. I said, no. And Ferruccio Pinotti told me, you are inspirational for us because this is really a book that has to be written, you know. I mean, it is a risk for me to write this book. Because when you understand that everything perverted in our society, in the secret societies, in everything, is actually coming from this branch of Judaism. And there is a bunch of rabbis who don't want this to be heard, because Reform Judaism, which is the most prevalent form of Judaism today in America, was founded by disciples of the Sabbatean Frankists. So this is pretty shocking, but like I said, I think it's very important to really reveal everything we are revealing. So Lex Wexner is a guy born in 1937. He's a guy who has made a lot of money. But most of all, the mega group is the way the Sabbatean Frankists, if you go and see all the history of the people who founded the mega group in 1991, these people who are actually, people are talking about IPAC, like IPAC is the one that influences American politics. And I say, idiots, who has created IPAC? Who is influencing IPAC? And nobody knows. Well, go and check yourself. The biggest donor of IPAC is Lex Wexner.
Wow.
So you see, this book brings you to the roots of the problem in today's America. I mean, the Congress of the United States of America is controlled by IPAC, which is controlled by MEGA, which is controlled by the Sabbatean Frankist sect, which controls in turn every single banking system in the world. And it's not only the Rothschild, it's many other influential people. Like, for example, in May of this year, a guy called John Elkann went into the Oval Office with the Juventus soccer team. I don't know if you remember. And Trump said, this was a great guy from a very important dynasty. Wow. So what is this dynasty? The Elkann family is a Sabbatean Frankist family with a long history. And it goes past it's another of those families that, like many other Goldsmith, this and that, they all emanate from Frankfurt. And who was in Frankfurt? Jacob Frank, the Illuminati. And it's like they control everything. So it's obvious that you have to go and, 2,000 years, Jesus challenged the rabbis, okay? He had the knowledge to challenge the rabbis. 2,000 years later, people are questioning if Jesus was from a proper rabbi school. Who cares? This is not about challenging the Jewish people. This is about challenging the people who have taken over Judaism, and they have made a living hell for them. Because if today half of the world hates Israel, and there is an increased number of people who are becoming anti-Semitic, the problem is the Sabbatean Frankists. When in 1933, see, you ever heard of, I mentioned earlier, the Asiatic Brethren. And in this book, of course, when you are doing an interview, it's 90 minutes. We can only scratch the surface. So I have to go through the main things, Now, the way that Les Wexner and his associates work together with B'nai Brit, there is some very powerful people that, do you know the history of B'nai Brit, or do you know about B'nai Brit? Because it's very important to explain what B'nai Brit is. B'nai Brit is the one that before Jeffrey Epstein was put into place to start his operation, created the Banking and Finance Lodge, and they honored a very important guy close to Donald Trump, Roy Cohn, at the State of Israel Bond dinner in 1983. Now, this is not about, bringing disrepute into the White House or Trump. This book demonstrates that there is no president in the last century, or at least after the Second World War, but even before the Second World War, because, of course, if we go Truman, and there is, since the foundation of the State of Israel, this country is connected. And of course, even if you are a genius president that wants to renew everything, wants to create everything from scratch, and wants to detach from the past, there is no president that can avoid the power of the Sabbatean Frankists. They control you. You arrive to a level in which they will tell you, you can't go above this level. And that's why I make it very clear from the introduction of the book. You have read it because you said you read the beginning of the book. I said it very clearly. I understand we can't put the system in jeopardy. That's why we can't reveal everything about Jeffrey Epstein. But this book reveals it. So once you read this book, you understand that there is no Democrat, there's no Republican, there's no party that is free of their control. So, Michael, honestly, the system is rigged, and there's no way out of it. And this book demonstrates it fully. So, the honesty that we, as researchers, as people who have a following, and you have many people who are following you today, and I know they always follow you, and you are very honest about your endeavor and about bringing truth. We have to admit when there is a level in which you can't, they will never reveal the truth about Jeffrey Epstein, because the whole United States Congress will come and fall into pieces, and the whole executive branch, the legislative branch, the judiciary branch, they will all come crumbling down. Now, do we want that? Question.
Yes. I want it. Tell you the truth, but I think that if this was revealed, it would be not just the Congress and the Senate and the political system that would collapse, but it would be the banking system, everything.
When you go from a book from A to Z, and you get all the names that I'm bringing out, names that nobody talks about, of course.
Yeah.
Names that David Rockefeller defined like the biggest economist ever. And you go and check the name and say, who is this guy? I never heard about that guy. Yeah, but David Rockefeller said he was big. He must be such a big guy. Yeah, but nobody talks about it. Why? Because he's a Sabbatean Frankist. Because revealing maybe this, you see, Prime Minister Israeli said that the world is not really ruled by the people you think they're ruling the world, And there is a reason, because otherwise the system will have some very serious problems. So in my book, I really try to bring out this context of hidden people. Like, for example, if I give you a name, I'm going to give you one name here, and you tell me if you ever heard about him. André Benoît Mathieu Mayer, born in 1898, died in 1978. Have you ever heard of him?
Mm-mm.
Now, David Rockefeller defined him the most creative financial genius of our time in the investment banking world. This is what David Rockefeller said. Do you know who he was working with and who he was working for? This Sabbatean Frankist, who was born, of course, and raised in a Sabbatean Frankist family in Paris, ended up, after receiving the Legion d'Honneur and that, coming to the United States. He then became an advisor to the Kennedy family. He also became a close confidant to President Lyndon Johnson. He was called every time they needed him at the Oval Office. He was advisor to Jackie Onassis. He was advisor to people like William S. Paley at CBS, Catherine. You see, nobody knows about him. But I told you know the names he was advising, of course. I mean, the guy was like one phone call away from the White House, close confidant of President Lyndon Johnson, of the Kennedy family in the crucial moments of American politics. And nobody knows who he is. That's how the Sabbatean Frankists play everybody. They don't want to be seen. They are not the ones you see in front of the people, People like Donald Buck don't want to be seen. And you see how similar the little St. James Temple of Jeffrey Epstein and the bathhouse where the Sabbatean Frankists used to meet is.
So that's in Aleppo, Syria.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which was a very important base for the Sabbatean Frankists, because it was also a very important commercial base. You see, for example, Anton LaVey, who founded the Church of Satan, he also had Sabbatean Frankist background. You see that image. Why do you think a pope who will become a saint blesses Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? Where did this pope come from? Poland. Where does the Sabbatean Frankist come from?
There's a connection. Oh my God.
You see, and so you are basically with all these images, and then you see on top of that image of Jacob Frank with next Robert Maxwell, and they basically look at the same, because the guy thought he was the reincarnation, Robert Maxwell. Robert Maxwell was also a very influential figure in the intelligence services in his connections with KGB. I explained the connections of the Sabbatean Frankists with the Soviet Union, how they were the only ones who were not persecuted during the time in which the Soviet Union was persecuting the Jews with Stalin. The only ones who were untouched were the Sabbatean Frankists. And this is something that, I mean, I learned from my own research in Moscow with people who are Sabbatean. I mean, people who actually I met, like the rabbi or the head rabbi of Moscow and stuff. And in my research, in my book, I explained. They told me, Leo, I said to them clearly, I was outside, I was in the dacha of Putin. I was guested there for one night when I was working at the Bolshoi doing this special performance. They guested me there one night, and we started to talk. And at one point, Lazar Vinogradsky, who is a dear friend of theirs, who is of course Jewish, and who lives there permanently because the wife is the head of the borders of the border police, like ICE here in the United States. And he told me, and I said to him, "How comes you are, you have no problems?" And he said, "Well, we are treated different because we are the aristocrats." I said, "The aristocrats." And then I thought about it. Jacob Frank nobilitated these people to think of themselves as superior, as aristocrats, not as other Jews. The other Jews are the ones they sent to the concentration camps. They sent to the persecution is then very direct. It's not like simply the worst enemy of the Jew is the Jew. The worst enemy of the Jew is not only is actually a Jew who's gonna send you to a concentration camp or to some kind of gulag because they don't care about you. And why they don't care about you? Because the Sabbatean Frankists, once they brought forward this heresy, whoever didn't agree with them was their enemy. Even if they were Jewish, they didn't care. Actually, if you were Jewish and you were not embracing this heresy, you were, for them, even more cursed than any other. And so you deserve
a lot of the Sabbatean Franks came from Ukraine, Polish area.
Yes,
yes. They're the ones that basically took down the royal family in Russia.
First of all, the Sabbateans came from all over before Sabbatai Zevi made his conversion in 1666. That was the year zero, the millennium year of when he converted to Islam. At that point, the Dome, the Sabbateans, became in charge of a place which is now known as Thessaloniki. You know Thessaloniki? It's like in today's Thessaloniki is Salonika. How you call it? Thessaloniki is let me explain it for the people who maybe don't know a little bit about geography. It's a city in northern Greece, but it was also part of the Ottoman Empire. And it was a very important city that gave birth to some of the most influential banking and merchant families of the Jewish cartel. Wow. And and Thessaloniki became the breeding ground for this heresy. Jacob Frank was brought there when he was a child, and he converted. But first of all, I want to also tell people who are following us, if you think that Zionism was born in Israel, or born before, of course, Israel, because they then brought the people to Israel with people like Theodor Herzl finding the international Zionist movement, you are completely wrong. You know where Zionism was founded? It was founded in England by the Puritans, the same Puritans that came here with the Mayflower.
Oh my God.
And you know that the father of Sabbatai Zevi was Mordecai Zevi, working in Smyrna for the Puritans at the time of Oliver Cromwell. Oliver Cromwell led the Jews back to England after a few centuries they had been kicked out. Well, Oliver Cromwell led the Jews back after he made a deal with this very important Jewish figure who himself was connected to Mordecai Zevi, who was the father of Sabbatai Zevi. So when Sabbatai Zevi launched the idea of all the Jewish tribes going back to Israel, who do you think gave them that idea?
So Oliver Cromwell also took down the English monarchy.
Okay, for those, of course, that is something.
These guys just come out after the monarchies left and right.
It's very interesting, this whole story, because then you go all the way from all this, and then you come to Prince Andrew, and then you say, what was Prince Andrew grieving the Royal Lodge to Wednesday, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? Why is all this happening? Why is now the monarchy having a real big problem in England that might bring the whole Windsor family to collapse?
Disappearing.
Well, people need to understand that the Rothschild were or not nobilitated in England also? They were. They were nobilitated in Vienna. They were nobilitated in England. They were nobilitated, and they nobilitated and then married with Christians. And that is something that only the Sabbatean Frankists will do, because they didn't give a damn about their Jewish roots or their Jewish faith. So it's very important here for people to really realize, I mean, Oliver Cromwell, you're mentioning a very important figure, because Oliver Cromwell basically was in charge of England after a civil war that brought to the beheading of a king.
Yeah.
It was a unique thing in I guess, in English history, that now the leadership of Oliver Cromwell met with a guy called Menasse ben Israel. Menasse ben Israel was connected to Mordecai Zevi. And all this is connected. And who was, and why did these Puritans, and of course, including the ones that then went on the Mayflower, came here, made the history of this beautiful country we now live in. So we have to be very careful here. But the thing is that it's all interconnected, because Menasse ben Israel convinced, he was, together with these Oliver Cromwell's representatives, sent their delegates to Menasse ben Israel, who was a very important figure. And Menasse ben Israel had been studying the work of a prominent Jewish French-born figure called Isaac Laprière. And this guy was a Marranos. Marranos are those Jews who were forced to convert to Catholicism, but were continuing to practice Judaism. This even before the Sabbatean Frankists, okay? Now, this is with Isaac and with these people. It's important to mention these people, because Sabbatai Zevi wasn't simply a product of Judaism. Sabbatai Zevi was a product of Judaism, but also of the Puritans that were together with the idea that this guy, Menasse ben Israel, had was, first of all, to convince Oliver Cromwell to bring back the Jews into England, which he managed, but only as a, let's say, temporary phase before sending them back to Israel. These are the roots of Zionism. And the Puritans were very much into bringing the Jews, but not necessarily because they like the Jews. But in the end, the Zionism, which will develop, of course, as we know it later on, also, I mean, further, but the roots are there. And the roots are that we bring them back simply because we need them in order for the Messiah to come back and to arrive to the end times and to the scriptures to manifest. That's it. It's not like it's Oliver Cromwell executes King Charles, and then you have, of course, later on, Oliver Cromwell will be passing on to his son, but that will briefly last, and then they will go back into the monarchy. So that was a brief experiment, but still the Jews were reaccepted into England.
Came back in, yeah.
Yes.
So were they the funders of the British or English Civil War?
No, what happened was this, that the anticipation of Jews returning to Palestine and making it their national homeland was first heard among self-identified Christian groups in the 1580s, the Puritans. They were the first ones who wanted to bring back, not the Jews. The Jews didn't even have an idea about it at that point. But then the whole thing developed with, of course, the help of Manasseh ben Israel, with the help of other Jews that were like-minded, and that was the basis of what we are calling Zionism. Were these Jews probably also very rich and probably financed Cromwell? Possibly. But there is another important thing here, Michael, that the father of Sabbatai Zevi, who will declare himself Messiah, he started to work for them and became the representative in Smyrna, in Turkey. And so when Sabbatai Zevi was born, he was given by his father these ideas of the Jews going back to Israel, of a Messiah that was required to manifest this whole thing. And so he said, okay, I'm going to be that Messiah. Let me declare myself Messiah. Understand? Now, when you these days talk to the Jews about these things, not, these are very delicate matters within Judaism, because you're talking about links that go way back hundreds of years, and these links are not always of the best kind, okay? Because for them, Manasseh ben Israel, who got them to actually go back into England, was known throughout Europe as the ambassador of the Jews. The fact that he was inspirational, though, to the first Sabbateans was then proven by the fact that people close to Oliver Cromwell, when Sabbatai Zevi finally declared himself Messiah, they immediately jumped on board. So there is historical evidence. It's not like I'm making things up here. Everything has historical evidence that I'm talking about and very credible sources. Now, at the same time, Sadler, who was the Cromwell's secretary, was so inspired by the whole thing that he created what is known as British Israelism. You know what British Israelism is? Maybe I have a book here that is actually a very historical book that I should show you. He built the belief that the English were the lost tribe of Israel. Now, this is one of these very rare books about British Israel that was very popular back in the days, you see? The Saxon race as a lost tribe of Israel.
Wow.
Now, and this is an original book from, I think, 1880. I don't have my glasses with me. Yeah, I have them. But yes, here. This book, I think, is from... because British Israelism became very popular until, of course, with DNA, with modern DNA, things got... this is like from 1889, I think. See?
Wow.
Now, and this copy, by the way, is even more rare copy because it's from the library of a very famous guy who was Alfred Korzybski, another guy, very important guy. I have my rare books, so you know that I'm like very fond of my rare books. So, but British Israelism became inspirational, especially within Freemasonry. Up until still now, there is British Freemasons and Rosicrucians who believe that England is the lost tribe of Israel. This gives an extra amount of confidence. And of course, we have to understand the importance that England has in the constitution of modern Israel, because before Israel was founded, who was in charge? England. And before them, the Ottoman Empire, which they, of course, sabotage left, right, and center in order, and it was the actual Sabbateans, the Domme. You see, you said that the Jacob Frank, of course, you are very right when you say Frankism was developed in Ukraine, in Austria, in Poland, in all those parts in Europe, no? But then you have the Domme, who became more integrated in the course of time, who were in Turkey, in Syria, in the Middle East. Now, the Jews are divided in Sephardi Jews and Ashkenazi. The Ashkenazi are prevalently European. The Sephardi Jews are prevalently Middle Eastern in nature. In fact, you see them also from the way they look. Mm-hmm. Okay? Now, when Theodor Herzl went to create the Zionist movement, which then will bring the creation of Israel later on with the Balfour Declaration and then all the rest, he found himself with a very divided people, because they were, thanks to the Sabbatean Frankists, there was an increasing number of Jews who were secularized, who didn't want to have anything to do with the Hasidic Jews or with the Sephardi Jews, who were kind of like, they would see. I mean, there were people who were highly insultive of their own people. Franz Kafka, you know, Franz Kafka, of course, is a very important figure. He was of Jewish origin, but he himself once, Franz Kafka, everybody knows as a writer, you know, Franz Kafka is one of the greatest, I think, in the German language, Jewish novelist born in Prague that everybody knows. But he wrote that after watching a ritual of Hasidic Jews, he wrote that these people are like primitive, tribal, they are like Africans or something like that. He said something really racist against the Jews who were still practicing Judaism in the traditional form. So there was a big divide between the more increased secularized Jews. The Illuminati had made the Jews more secularized, the ones that converted, the ones who became less and less religious, the ones that, you know, I explained the birth of Reform Judaism, I explained the birth of liberal. I also explained the birth of the two factions that today rule Israel. Today, Israel is ruled by what used to be the labor Zionist, now it's the Democratic Party, the one that was in the hands of Ehud Barak, who brutally raped Virginia Giuffre in Little St. James, just to give you an idea. Brutally raped St. James, Virginia Giuffre in Little St. James. In that temple we saw.
Right, wow.
And